Chapter 385. The second day after Bai Hongzhi placed the array disk. In the sky above the flying crane sect. Thunderclouds covered the sky again. However, compared to the thunderclouds a few days ago, the thunderclouds this time were even larger. Not only did they cover the entire mountain gate of the flying crane sect, but they also affected the surrounding land. Could Sect Master Qin be refining some powerful spirit weapon again? Looking at the thunderclouds in the sky, the oppressive aura made Bai Hongzhi feel uncomfortable. It wasn't just him. All the disciples of the flying crane sect were trembling in fear. After all, they were under the thunderclouds. Although they knew that the thunder tribulation wouldn't strike them, they couldn't help but feel terrified. However, it was different from the previous time. This time, the thunderclouds didn't strike immediately after they formed. Instead, it felt like the black clouds were pressing down on the city. Until the next day. Finally, a thunder tribulation struck. Crack! There was an explosion in the sky. When the first bucket-thick bolt of lightning struck down, the overflowing power caused everyone who was close to it to feel a slight numbness in their bodies. If the thunder tribulation a few days ago had surpassed the peak of the true martial realm. However, the thunder tribulation this time, even a cultivator of the spirit martial realm would have a change in expression. The existence of the true dominion's shackles could affect anything except the heavenly Tao itself. The thunder tribulation. It came from heaven and earth. To put it bluntly, it came from the heavenly Tao. Such power, it wouldn't be restricted and could easily surpass the limits of the true dominion and reach another level. This was somewhat similar to the heavenly punishment. The difference was, when the heavenly punishment struck, even a heavenly man would die. However, the power of the thunder tribulation was far from that level. It seemed that the power of the thunder tribulation was much stronger. Therefore, the time it took for the thunderclouds to form a thunder tribulation was much longer. It was almost every 2 hours. Only one thunder tribulation struck. Very soon, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, it was a very difficult 7 days for the flying crane sect. The thunder tribulation struck from time to time. The power caused by it made one's heart tremble. There was no chance to calm down and cultivate. Even if one could barely suppress the influence of the thunder tribulation, no one dared to cultivate by force. A careless remark. There was a chance that he would go berserk and die. When the last lightning tribulation fell, the thunderclouds that had covered the sky for many days retreated. Only then did everyone secretly heave a sigh of relief, feeling as if a huge stone that had been pressing on their hearts had been removed. The place where he went into seclusion. The 18 square array discs were shining brightly, quietly floating in the air. It's finally done. Qin Shujian took a deep breath, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. In the next few days, he was almost completely focused and did not relax for a moment. He used up all the 50 kilograms of grade 9 forging materials that Marquis Moonfall had given him before finally refining the 18 square formation plate in front of him. Every square formation disc was a high-grade spirit artifact. When the 18 square array discs were combined, they were comparable to an ordinary Tao artifact. However, for Qin Shujian, this was a big deal. The 18 square array discs were comparable to a Tao artifact, but that was not the most important thing. Tao artifact. Although it was precious, strictly speaking, Yuan Zhong did not lack it. What he really cared about was that the successful refining of the 18 square array discs would be able to bear his current peak level of formation cultivation. Once the array discs were engraved on the array discs, then no matter when and where, he would be like a true immortal cultivator and would no longer fear anyone. However, if he encountered an existence like the moon-devouring demon king in the spirit domain, he would still have to retreat. However, there were probably not many demon king level experts in the entire Great Zhao Empire. As for how many demon kings there were in the endless mountain range, this was not within Qin Shujian's consideration. At least for now. The demon race did not dare to attack the human race. And according to his estimation, there would not be many demon king level experts in the demon race. Otherwise, the strength of the demon race would be too frightening. Then, Qin Shujian simply recovered his vital essence. Then, with a solemn expression, He began to engrave the array discs on the array discs. The array discs he was engraving this time, it was not any other array discs. It was the array discs that used the 12 Tao artifacts as the foundation to severely injure Six Desires Demon Lord. It was a brand new array discs that Qin Shujian had deduced using the God-slaying demon slaying 10,000 spirits annihilation array and several other Grandmaster level array discs as the foundation. That array discs. He did not name it. But in terms of power, it was much stronger than the God-slaying demon slaying 10,000 spirits annihilation array at its peak. Now, it was engraved on the 18 square array discs. When the time came, if he set up the array discs, although its power would not be as strong as when the 12 Tao artifacts were used as the foundation, it would not be too far off. Because the 12 Tao artifacts were not a single entity, although their power was strong, they were scattered. As for the 18 square array discs, although they were only superior grade spirit artifacts, they were a single entity and could unleash the power of the array discs. With Qin Shujian's current spiritual deity power, he was no weaker than a great cultivator of the divine martial realm. It was not difficult for him to completely engrave a Grandmaster level formation. It only took a day. The 18 square array discs perfectly carried the strongest array discs he had. When the engraving was completely completed, the luster of the 18 square array discs was also more restrained. It was less radiant. It was more dignified. Qin Shujian reached out and waved his hand, and all the 18 square array discs were put into his storage ring. At this moment, he finally had the means to fight against enemies of the celestial being realm. Array Master. Forming an array with a wave of his hand. Although this was a symbol, it did not mean that he was at the peak of his strength when he waved his hand to set up an array. For example, when he was dealing with the envoys of the Black Abyss, Qin Shujian still needed the array's interference to set up an array that was strong enough to kill the other party. But now, it was different. The array discs fell. This was the peak power of a Grandmaster level array. No matter if you were a half-step celestial being or a celestial being, as long as you were not above the 4th level of the celestial being realm, you had to sit down obediently. Although it was a little exaggerated. In fact, it was just an answer. After putting away the 18 square array discs, Qin Shujian came out of the place where he was in seclusion. As for the outside, a disciple of the Flying Crane sect sent by Hongzi was waiting there. Seeing Qin Shujian come out, the young disciple of the Flying Crane sect immediately stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, Sect Master Qin. Where is Sect Master Bai? Sect Master is in the main hall, entertaining the people of the Celestial Array sect. Celestial Array sect. Hearing this, Qin Shujian was a little surprised. If he remembered correctly, the Celestial Array sect should be the largest array sect in the Fallen Moon Mansion, which was somewhat similar to the Pill Tripod sect in the Bayun Mansion. However, to be honest, the Pill Tripod sect was thousands of miles away from the Celestial Array sect. One was not even a large sect in the spirit realm. The other was a top sect. There was not much comparison between the two. Master Fang of the Celestial Array sect came in person. I heard that he wanted to meet you, Sect Master Qin, but you have been in seclusion, so Sect Master received him on behalf of you. I see. Qin Shujian nodded, then looked at the disciple and asked, "What's your name?" "I'm Ning Yuyang." Millimeter. Qin Shujian just went through this name in his mind and didn't think much about it. In his eyes, the other party's strength was not bad. At a young age, he faintly showed signs of entering the inner aura realm. If there was no accident, he should be a genius disciple of the Flying Crane sect. However, such a person. There was no lack of Yuan sect. Qin Shujian just found the other party pleasing to the eye, so he asked. In the main hall of the Flying Crane sect, Bai Hongzi was talking with an old man with white hair and a youthful face. However, from his respectful expression, it could be seen that he was greatly afraid of the person in front of him. Fang Xinglan. The current array master of the Celestial Array sect was also an expert at the peak of the God martial arts realm. It was said that he was only one step away from breaking through to the celestial realm. It could be said that the other party was the real top expert of the Celestial Array sect. The reason why the Celestial Array sect could be ranked as a top sect was because of the existence of Fang Xinglan. However, the Celestial Array sect itself also had a terrifying foundation. Every generation, there would be an array master who would establish their supreme status. Compared to Bai Hongxi's reverence, Fang Xinglan was much more easygoing, but there was still some arrogance between his eyebrows. This was not just for a certain person alone. It was because he was born this way. All of a sudden, Fang Xinglan paused and his ears moved slightly. He smiled and said, "It seems that Sect Master Qin has already come out of seclusion." Bai Hongxi was stunned and did not react in time. But without waiting for him to speak, he saw a person walking in from outside the main hall. Immediately, Bai Hongxi stood up and cupped his hands. "So it's Sect Master Qin." While speaking, he smiled again and said, "Sect Master Qin came at the right time. This is the Supreme Elder of the Celestial Array sect, Grand Master Fang Xinglan." Subsequently, Bai Hongxi said to Fang Xinglan, "Grand Master Fang, this is Sect Master Qin of Yuan Sec." Grand Master Fang. Grand Master Qin. Fang Xinglan cupped his hands and returned the greeting. However, he did not call him Sect Master Qin, but Grand Master Qin. Obviously, in his mind, the other party's identity as an array master was more important than his identity as the sect master of Yuan sect. At this moment, Fang Xinglan seemed to have restrained his arrogance. He looked at Qin Shujian and said with a faint smile, "I've heard of Grand Master Qin's reputation and have known you for a long time. Unfortunately, I've never had the chance to meet you. Later on, I heard that Grand Master Qin killed the moon-devouring Demon King in the Changning True Dominion and immediately rushed over. Now that I've met Grand Master Qin, it's indeed better to meet you in person than to hear about you. You flatter me, Grand Master Fang. I've heard of Grand Master Fang Xinglan's name for a long time. Grand Master Fang of the Fallen Moon Mansion deserves the title of the #1 Array Master," Qin Shujian said with a smile as he sat down naturally on the other side. The two of them had a round of mutual flattery when they met, and both of them had some admiration for each other. After all, there were not many array masters. In the entire Great Zhao, there were only a handful of people in the cultivation world who could reach this level. Fang Xinglan was one of them. Qin Shujian was one of them. As for the rest, there were only a few left. Chapter 386. As for Bai Hongxi, when Qin Shujian arrived, he heaved a sigh of relief. Even if he was the sect master of the Flying Crane sect, he still felt a lot of pressure in front of Fang Xinglan. In terms of strength, the Flying Crane sect. It was hard to look up to the Sky Array sect. Fang Xinglan was the supreme elder of the Sky Array sect. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest person in the sect. Even in the entire Fallen Moon Mansion, Fang Xinglan's strength might be ranked in the top 3. In such a situation, he was only at the peak of the real martial arts realm. It was too difficult for him to have a decent and polite conversation in front of Fang Xinglan. As for Fang Xinglan's visit, it was purely for Qin Shujian. Since the formation master of the Baiyun Mansion came to the Fallen Moon Mansion, it was impossible for him, the formation master of the Fallen Moon Mansion, to not show up at all. He just happened to come over and take a look. He could also test Qin Shujian's background. However, after talking with Qin Shujian, Fang Xinglan realized that the other party's understanding of the formation Dao was quite unfathomable. In less than half a day, the two ended their conversation. Fang Xinglan stood up and said, "Today's meeting with Sect Master Qin made me understand a lot of things. I still have other things to do in the Sky Array sect, so I'll take my leave first." "Take care, Master Fang," Qin Shujian said. As for Bai Hongxi, he also stood up to send him off. After everything had been settled for the time being, Zhong Ruiqiang's expression changed. Qin Shujian said, "I've disturbed your sect for a long time. Now that I have other things to deal with, I'll take my leave. If Sect Master Bai has time in the future, you can come to the Sky Origin sect." "Sect Master Qin, you're leaving so soon? I have other things to do, so I can't stay for long." "Alright, I'll send you off." Bai Hongxi also felt a little regretful after hearing this. However, the other party was not from the Flying Crane sect, so it was normal for him to leave. Hearing this, Qin Shujian waved his hand and said, "Don't bother, I'll go on my own." Speaking of this, he also cupped his hands. "See you another day. Sect Master Qin, take care. Goodbye." Qin Shujian took a step forward and soared into the air. The Flying Crane sect did not have any sky-restricting array, so it was not difficult to fly. As for Zhong Ergu, he had already left the Flying Crane sect a few days ago. Killing an evil spirit gave him a few thousand contribution points. With such a generous reward, how could he stay in the Yuan sect for too long? Therefore, after recovering from his injuries, Zhong Ergu took the Cosmos bow and went on his way. As for Qin Shujian, originally, he had only come to the Fallen Moon Manor to check out the situation. He did not expect to encounter the moon-devouring demon monarch, much less kill a demon monarch. Even now, when he recalled his battle with the moon-devouring demon king, Qin Shujian was still somewhat solemn. He seemed to have the upper hand in the previous battle, which put him in a dangerous situation. After all, the moon-devouring Beast King was still a Beast King-level expert. If he had ignored the heavenly tribulation and directly unleashed his Demon King-level power, he might not have been able to kill him so easily. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, Qin Shujian had the power to crush the moon-devouring Demon King. However, he did not fully display it. He only showed that he was slightly stronger than the moon-devouring Demon King and constantly wore down the moon-devouring Demon King's strength. This gave the moon-devouring Demon King an illusion. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. In this way, it would be difficult for the other party to make up his mind and unleash a power that surpassed the true dominion. He waited until the energy was almost exhausted. The moon-devouring Demon King knew that his life was over. Even if he wanted to perish together with his opponent, there was no way for him to do so. My strength is still too weak compared to a Yarrow King. That's why I need to grind away at my opponent's power step by step. Only then can I use the Mingwang Hellfire to refine him. If he was powerful enough, he wouldn't have been afraid of him forcibly breaking the shackles of the true dominion. With his body in the air, Qin Shujian was able to divert his attention to think about some things. The battle with the moon-devouring Demon King seemed to be a fluke, but it was also part of his considerations. Talk from the beginning. It was obvious that the moon-devouring Demon King cherished his life very much. Under such circumstances, as long as he wasn't really forced into a dead end and had a chance of survival, the other party wouldn't have thought of perishing together with him. Until the energy was almost exhausted. Only then would the other party's last chance of survival be cut off. However, now that he had the 18 square array discs in his hands, Qin Shujian believed that he wouldn't have to do this if he met the moon-devouring Demon King again. When the time came, he would set up a peak stage Grandmaster array. Even if the Demon King attacked with all his might, he might not be able to break it. It was true that an array Dao Grandmaster couldn't contend with a Demon King. However, that didn't mean that they would collapse at the first touch. Between the two, there was still a big difference. It wasn't that they couldn't contend with a Demon King, but that they would be completely crushed. He set off from the Flying Crane sect. Qin Shujian headed to the nearest city. It didn't take long before he took the teleportation door and returned to the North Cloud Manor. The origin returning ancestral canon had been deduced to perfection. The Immortal King body had also been upgraded to level 10. Level 10 Immortal King body. It made one's physical body extremely powerful, far from what an ordinary prominent divine stage cultivator could compare to. The physical body secret chamber had been opened. Even if it was comparable to an ordinary demon clan of the same level, it was still much stronger. Such physical strength. Qin Shujian took the teleportation door and endured the erosion of the power of space, but there were still no negative effects. It only took him less than half a day to return to the North Cloud Manor. Next, I should continue to hunt down the evil spirits and collect enough life force. Whether it's to deduce a Dao artifact or to transform life source to improve, it's all very useful. After returning to the North Cloud Manor, Qin Shujian was already prepared to continue hunting demons. Compared to the information given by Marquis Baiyun, The number of demons he killed during this period could only be said to be very small. As for the original 530 luck points, when Qin Shujian left the Flying Crane sect, it had quietly increased to 970 points. According to his plan, the speed of increase should slow down when the luck value broke through 1,000 points. Because he had only engraved 100 jade stones. Even if the players managed to kill one evil demon with one jade stone, they would only be rewarded with 1,000 luck points at most. As for the rest, it would depend on Zhao Shanlin and the others to hunt, and the speed would not be much faster. So for now, his luck value was still at a high level. Boom! The demon broke the seal and came out. Lightning fell from the sky. As the monstrous demonic energy rose, the entire fortress shook violently as if it would collapse at any time. Qin Shujian's body floated in the air, quietly watching the demon come out. This was the first fortress he went to after returning to the North Cloud Manor. After revealing his identity and showing Marquis Baiyun's token, Qin Shujian entered the depths of the fortress without any resistance and then broke the seal altar with brute force. The moment the demon appeared, Qin Shujian waved his hand and released the 18 square array discs from the storage ring. Suddenly, as if a world had descended, it completely swallowed the void within a range of 3,000 feet, turning it into a brand new barrier. Woo, boom! The demon that broke the seal and came out didn't have time to say too much. He saw the lightning in the sky turn into a long blade and slashed down, forcibly choking back the words that had reached his throat. The lightning condensed into a long blade. It was enough to kill all living things. The demon couldn't care less about the shock in his heart and punched at the lightning long blade. As the two collided, the terrifying power of lightning exploded, causing him to fall back, and the skin and flesh on his arm burst open. Then, a longbow condensed in the sky again, and a beam of lightning turned into an arrow, aiming at the demon below. When the arrow burst out, a shocking light burst out, completely occupying the demon's vision. Array. Grandmaster Array. How dare you set up an array to attack me? Do you dare to come out and see me? The demon roared again and again. No matter how fast his attack was, it was not as fast as the arrow. Before he could punch out, his chest was pierced by the shocking arrow, and a big hole was directly blasted open. It was just that the body's strong recovery ability. It didn't die because of such an injury. Until now. The demon hadn't completely woken up. It seemed that it didn't expect such a large array to appear in the outside world. And it was so powerful that it, who had just broken the seal and had not recovered from the injuries it suffered before the seal, was almost powerless to resist. Qin Shujian was hiding in the dark. The 18 square array discs slowly rotated. Every second passed, a terrifying killing move came from the array. Every attack. It was far beyond the limit that the demon in front of him could resist. In less than half an hour, the demon's surging demonic aura had been exhausted, and the blood in his body kept flowing. It no longer had the characteristics of an immortal body that could constantly recover from injuries. The next moment, it was the bright King Hellfire that burned and completely refined it. In the end, in the demon's puzzled and angry roar, the bright King Hellfire completely swallowed him. Not long after, only a fire lotus was left lying there quietly in the air. Qin Shujian wanted to immediately absorb the fire lotus. But just as he was about to kill the evil spirit, his luck value finally broke through the limit of 1,000 points. And just when his luck value broke through 1,000 points, Qin Shujian received the system's message. You have received 10 luck value. Your luck value has broken through 1,000 points. You have the Chaser's ability, Spiritual Eye, in your body. You can spend 1,000 luck value to upgrade it. Do you want to upgrade it? A few simple messages, but Qin Shujian was stunned on the spot. Chaser. Spiritual Eye. When he first obtained the Spiritual Eye, it was in the Huading Cave Mansion in the Immortal Plains. As for the Cave Mansion's token, it was dropped by chance after he killed the player. But after obtaining the Spiritual Eye, the Huading Cave Mansion was directly shattered. Or rather, the stone tablet to enter the Huading Cave Mansion was shattered. All along, the Spiritual Eye had almost become a passive skill of Qin Shujian. It was used to observe the changes in spirit aura, to see the loyalty of the sect disciples, and to see the enemy's name and attributes. Besides that, there was no other use. Chapter 387. It wasn't that Qin Shujian hadn't thought about the possibility of upgrading the spirit core. But his life force had always been increasing. The spirit core had never shown a signal that it could be upgraded. Even when his life force broke through to 100 million. The spirit core had never been able to be upgraded. Over time, in Qin Shujian's heart, this ability might belong to the category of being unable to be upgraded. After all, this was different from the martial arts that he had obtained. The spirit core did not belong to these two. As for the luck value, Qin Shujian only thought that it could be used to upgrade the Dao artifact and promote the sect's advancement. When his life force reached 100 million points, he found out that the luck value had an additional function of exchanging for life force. And now, when his luck value broke through 1,000 points, he gained another ability to upgrade his spirit core. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian found that there were still many things waiting for him to discover on his own in the attribute panel. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but open the attribute panel and look at his attributes again. Special ability column. A familiar plus sign had appeared behind the spirit core. This meant that the spirit core could really be upgraded. Pursuer. When Qin Shujian saw the 3 words that appeared in the system information, he was a little confused. This name. He had never heard of it before. This might be a title similar to a strong warrior, or it might come from a certain organization. However, with the current power of the Yuan sect, he had never heard of any pursuers. It seems that the Huading cave should be left behind by the so-called pursuer. The spirit core is the ability of the pursuer, but it is definitely not the only ability. Qin Shujian did not forget. When he was in the Huading cave, there were 3 stone doors, heaven, earth, and human. He only chose one of them. The other 2 stone doors. Before he had the chance to explore, he was forced out of the Huading cave. This matter, Qin Shujian had never thought too much about it. As for the ability of the spirit core, he only thought that it was left behind by other powerful cultivators. At that time, he had only just broken through to the true martial realm. As for the methods of the stronger cultivators, he didn't have much understanding. But now that he thought about it carefully, however, he found that there was a big difference. Don't think that the spirit eye's ability is useless. Other than being able to see through loyalty, the rest of it is not very useful. However, just the fact that he could see through the loyalty of others was already mysterious enough. At least, in Qin Shujian's experience with so many experts, cultivation methods, and martial arts, he had never found anyone who possessed such an ability. However, after obtaining the spirit eye for a long time, Qin Shujian gradually got used to this ability and didn't feel that it was too abrupt. But now that he thought about it, however, his spirit essence was different in every aspect. Furthermore, it had reached the point where the system had issued a notification. Chaser. When I get back, I need to find out what a chaser is. As for the improvement of the spiritual eye, looking at the system prompt, Qin Shujian gave up on the idea of upgrading his spiritual eye. 1,000 luck points. Even if he couldn't upgrade the 1,000 mountain blood to a 4-seal Dao artifact, he could still convert it into 100 million life force sources. Such a source of life. It was almost equivalent to killing a demon king. However, how could a demon king be killed so easily? If the moon-devouring demon king hadn't rushed into the Changning True Dominion in anger because his son had been killed, he wouldn't have died so easily. Outside the True Dominion. Not to mention one Qin Shujian, even if there were 3 or 5 more, they would not be enough for the moon-devouring demon king to swallow. Plus, nobody knew what would happen after the spirit eye was upgraded. How much would it transform? If the effect of the metamorphosis was still not of much use to his strength, then the 1,000 points of luck points would have been wasted. Therefore, Qin Shujian had temporarily given up on the idea of upgrading his spirit eye. Now was the time when he lacked luck points and life force sources. It was too risky to take a gamble on a possibility full of uncertainty. When he had more luck points in the future, if he upgraded it again, he wouldn't feel so heartbroken. No matter what, the spirit eye had to be upgraded. It was only a matter of time. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Qin Shujian looked at the fire lotus. Then, he stretched out his hand and completely absorbed it. When the pure energy surged into his body, the spirit eye changed slightly. This allowed the spirit god to change slightly, and it barely managed to break through to 680 feet. It was devouring the moon-devouring demon king. His spirit eye had already exceeded the range of 670 feet. Later on, he had upgraded the primordial returning ancestral scripture by 2 levels and devoured an evil fiend. The combined energy had finally upgraded his spirit eye. Then, Qin Shujian reached out and waved his hand. The 18 square array discs hidden in the void appeared and were put into his storage ring. Meanwhile, the grand formation that covered the area also disappeared completely, revealing a shattered scene. On the ground, there was still a remnant fiend chi. Qin Shujian didn't use the array discs this time. Instead, he used the method of carving arrays in the void to set up a purification array. Then, he surrounded the land that had been contaminated by the fiend chi. The purification array has been set up. The fiend chi in this area will be purified in 3 to 5 years, or 8 to 10 years. After doing all this, he looked at the fort commander who had rushed over and said, "Thank you for your help. Many thanks to Sovereign Qin for your help. We will never forget this. I still have to head to other forts. I will take my leave first." After saying that, Qin Shujian's divine sense flew into the air and left the fort. After discovering a new function of luck points, he was now in urgent need of more sources of life. Especially now, the primordial returning ancestral scripture had been upgraded to perfection. His cultivation base had entered the peak of the vision domain stage. One more step and he would reach the god martial realm. What he had to do now, that was to collect enough life force to upgrade the other 6 cultivation techniques to the next level, making up a complete number. The deeper the foundation accumulated in the spirit martial realm, the greater the transformation after breaking through to the god martial realm. As for the fusion of martial arts, the easier it would be to obtain a high-level martial arts after fusing 7 martial arts. In the past, Qin Shujian thought that it didn't matter whether the martial arts were low-grade or mid-grade. Anyway, it could be deduced to the high-grade level in the end. But now it was different. After the spirit martial realm, the deduction and upgrade of the 2 sects had been separated. The consumption of life sources had also increased exponentially. If he could fuse a high-grade cultivation technique, then, it would be enough to save a lot of life sources. After leaving the original fort, Qin Shujian went to other forts. With the 18 square array in hand, unless it was an 8-star array or a 9-star array, he almost didn't need to do it himself. He could kill the evil spirits with the array alone. As for encountering more than 2 evil spirits, it was inevitable that he would personally take action. After more than a month, Qin Shujian had walked through half of the Baiyun mansion. The number of evil spirits that had died in his hands had reached a very exaggerated number. As for the luck value, he had also obtained 3,780 points. So many luck value, according to his guess, it was enough to upgrade a 4-seal Dao artifact. It was even possible to upgrade the sect to a 6th-level force. As for the exchange of life sources, with such a large amount of luck value exchanged for life sources, it was almost enough to upgrade more than half of the cultivation techniques to the perfection stage of the spirit martial technique. However, up until now, the speed of the increase of luck value had become very slow. Unless Qin Shujian killed it himself, otherwise, even if a few days passed, the luck value column wouldn't necessarily be able to move. The jade stones in the hands of the players should have been used up. Only Zhao Shanlin and the others are left. It won't be easy to find the place where the evil spirits are sealed in the ordinary realm. The next words, the speed of the increase of luck value is about 30% slower than before. Qin Shujian silently calculated. It was more or less the same situation. As for the continuous refining of evil spirits during this period of time, his spirit god had also increased from 680 feet to 820 feet. For more than a month, Qin Shujian had refined at least 100 evil spirits, but even so, the spirit god had only grown by 140 feet from its original foundation. This also made him understand. The more energy the spirit god needed to increase, the more it could be described as terrifying. Just as Qin Shujian was constantly hunting evil spirits, the Baiyun mansion wasn't really peaceful. After all, in the Thousand Mountains mansion, the ordinary realm was limited. Compared to a large number of players, the cities that could be captured by players were simply too many wolves and too little meat. There was not enough to share. So, there were other players who wanted to become a duke, targeting the ordinary realms of other mansions. Although Marquis Baiyun had killed a celestial being demon and intimidated the demon clan. But for the players at the bottom, there was no difference between the celestial being realm experts. As for the powerful demon king and demon saint, they didn't have any contact with them. In the 13 mansions of Great Zhao, the strength of the Baiyun mansion was considered average. After all, on the surface, there was only one celestial being Marquis Baiyun. In this situation, there were players who organized a lot of people to attack the ordinary realm of the Baiyun mansion. In a short period of time, they had captured many cities. It was just that these players had just taken down the cities. Marquis Baiyun immediately sent troops to suppress them. Both sides had already set off the flames of war in various ordinary realms. As long as you defend Tranquil Sun City, everyone who participates in the battle will be rewarded 10,000. If you kill 10 enemies, you will be rewarded 10,000. If you kill 100 enemies, you will be rewarded 100,000. Start recording the battle. After the battle, I will focus on the video and give out rewards. On the city wall, a player city lord shouted angrily. The players on the city wall immediately became excited. Most of them revealed excited expressions. As for the people below, it was the Imperial Court's siege army. In less than 3 days after taking down the city, the Imperial Court sent troops to attack. The player city lord who took down the city also felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. But now that they had paid a huge price to take down the city, there was no reason for them to give it up. So, now they had to defend the city and resist the Imperial Court's attack. As long as they could resist for a few days, if the army couldn't take down the city after a long time, they would naturally retreat. Relying on the player's ability to revive, it was possible to defend the city. The only problem was, it was that they would burn a lot of money. But for those who could take down the city and become a duke, money was often the easiest to get. Chapter 388. Players who could become vassals. None of them were short of money. Or rather, players who lacked money were not qualified to become vassals. For the players at this stage, every time they took down a city, they would have to pay a huge price. Because attacking a city was difficult. Defending a city was even more difficult. Often, if they failed, they would lose everything. So until now, there weren't many vassals among the players. It wasn't that there weren't many who took down the city, but that there weren't many who could defend the city under the attack of the Imperial army. However, for many rich and powerful people in reality, taking down the city, it wasn't necessary to defend the city. Even if it was just for a world announcement, there would still be people who would spend a lot of money to win it. In the eyes of these people, fame was often more important than benefits. Moreover, not being able to defend the city didn't mean that they would lose money. Because once they saw that the city couldn't be defended, the players would drive others to rob the city of its wealth. Under such circumstances, even if they were killed, it was impossible for all of their things to drop. After reviving, they would sell the things in their bags. Basically, they wouldn't lose much. So, this was also the reason why those rich and powerful people, despite knowing that it was difficult to defend the city, would still insist on attacking the city and become vassals. Zongyang City. Marquis, now that the Inhumans are causing trouble at the border, more than a dozen cities in the ordinary realm have fallen into their hands. I don't know how we should deal with it. A general cupped his hands and said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished. Immediately, another general said, these Inhumans are causing trouble, and it's hard to guarantee that other Inhumans won't do the same. This subordinate suggests that we should take action now, kill all the Inhumans in the Bayun mansion, and expel them all, not giving them any chance. This is not appropriate. If the Inhumans don't die, it will be difficult to completely cure them. TMPH, then according to General Chen, are we going to tolerate the Inhumans causing trouble? In the Bayun mansion, the generals were arguing. Marquis Bayun sat in the main seat and didn't interrupt. After the scene quieted down, he looked at Fu Bo and asked, in Mr. Fu's opinion, how should we deal with this matter? Hearing this, Fu Bo had already expected it. When he heard Marquis Bayun's greeting, he immediately stood up and cupped his hands with a calm expression. Reporting to the Marquis, in this subordinate's opinion, those who rebel should be suppressed with thunderous force. They must not be allowed to live. As for the other mutants in Bayun Manor, I think we should try to appease them and not act rashly. TMPH, what do you mean by that, Mr. Fu? The general who suggested to kill the mutants said unhappily. Fu Bo explained, General Ou, you should understand that the mutated humans are similar to evil devils, and they have immortal bodies. Even if we drive them away, it'll be difficult for us to eliminate them completely. If we aren't careful, we might attract the hostility of the mutants, and it won't do us any good. Also, General Ou, you should stop looking. Although the world people are not strong now, they have only appeared for less than 3 years and there are already experts in the spirit martial realm. Also, the overall number of world people is not much less than the human race of the Great Zhao dynasty. The Inhumans are like explosives that can explode at any time. Bayun Manor must not be the fuse. Fu Bo spoke with fervor and assurance. He had his own unique views on the matters of the Inhumans. Just when everyone in the hall was speechless, he looked at Marquis Bayun who was sitting at the main seat and cupped his hands again. Also, although the world people came from beyond the heavens, they are not much different from the human race of the Great Zhao dynasty. Most importantly, the world people prioritize benefits, and their internal strife is extremely fierce. As long as we spend some benefits to recruit some of them, we won't have to worry about the hidden dangers of the world people. Although the world people have taken down more than 10 cities in Bayun Manor, to put it bluntly, the cities in the ordinary realm are dispensable to us. No matter how many of them are lost, it won't hurt the foundation of Bayun Manor. However, General Ou is right about one thing. We must take back the cities that we lost and not give the world people any hope of conquering Bayun Manor. Only then can we stop the world people from coveting our cities. After he finished speaking, Fu Bo once again cupped his hands and returned to his seat. Hearing this, Marquis Bayun looked at the others and said gently, "What do you think, Mr. Fu?" Seconded. Seconded. The rest of the people did not object and nodded in response. It had to be said. This was the best way to deal with the world people. Marquis Bayun said, "Pass down my order. Wipe out all the cities that the world people have taken down in Bayun Manor within 5 days. There must be no mistakes." "Yes, Marquis Bayun." Also, Marquis Bayun looked at Xiao Hong and said calmly, "Qin Shujian killed a monster king in Fallen Moon Manor and strengthened the reputation of the human race. Since Du Chengwu can give a reward, the Imperial Court should give a reward as well. 3 days later, there will be a messenger from the Imperial Court. Bring the reward to the Liang Mountain spiritual region and hand it over to Yuan Zong." "Yes." Xiao Hong accepted the order respectfully. The Marquis of Northern Cloud nodded slightly, and the matter was decided. Marquis Du Chengwu could give a reward. The Imperial Court would not be stingy. After all, killing a monster king was not only a matter of one manor, but also a matter of the entire human race. However, Qin Shujian left Fallen Moon Manor very quickly. In addition, it would take some time for the news to be sent back and for the reward to be discussed. Gradually, the Imperial Court had finally decided on the reward. As for the messenger from the Imperial Court, it was impossible for him to go to the Liang Mountain spiritual region personally. After all, this was Bayun Manor. The matter still needed to be handled by Marquis Bayun. Soon, Marquis Bayun waved his hand and asked everyone to leave. "World people." At this moment, there was coldness in his gentle face. In Marquis Bayun's eyes, Anyone who dared to cause trouble in Bayun Manor was a traitor and must be killed. However, it was just as Fu Bo had said. The world people would not die. No matter how the imperial court tried to kill them, there was no way to kill all of them. In addition, the number of world people was not less than the human race of the Great Zhao Empire. If they sent out troops to suppress them, even if they succeeded, it would definitely lead to a counterattack from other world people. When that time came, it was not something that one or two powerful figures could solve. If one could not handle it well, it might even lead to a war similar to the one between the human race and the monster race thousands of years ago. Now, the world people were different from the monster race. Although the world people were born from outer space, they were no different from the human race of the Great Zhao Empire in terms of appearance and other aspects. Therefore, the human race of the Great Zhao Empire could accept the world people. Unlike the Yarrow clan, they were completely foreign to the demon clan. In addition, although the world people did not have top experts, in the face of their undying characteristics, under certain circumstances, they were much more difficult to deal with than the monster race. Although the monster race was powerful, they would eventually die and be destroyed. Even the powerful monster kings and monster saints would fall one day. In comparison, the world people were even more troublesome. To be honest, the world people might be the biggest variable in this world. The voice in his mind sounded. When it mentioned the world people, its tone changed slightly. Variable. Marquis Bayun stood up and slowly walked out of the hall. His lips did not move, but the voice in his mind replied, "In your opinion, are the variables good or bad?" Variables are not easy. For this matter, it is best to have variables. Is the world people's undying related to the demon abyss? It shouldn't be related. I can't sense the aura of the demon abyss on the world people. If it is really related to the demon abyss, it can't hide from my perception. Hearing this, Marquis Bayun was relieved. As long as the world people had nothing to do with the demon abyss. Otherwise, things would become even more troublesome. Even though all the evil spirits that were born in the new regions were suppressed, that was only because the number of evil spirits that were born was not large, and they were not very strong. In addition, the Great Zhao was already prepared, so suppressing them was naturally not a problem. Just like last time, the demon god personally took action, which was obviously beyond the Great Zhao's expectations. In the end, the demon god even risked serious injuries and directly tore through space to escape. It could be seen how difficult it was for a high-level demon to seal it. And according to Marquis Bayun's understanding, the number of demons in the demon abyss was immeasurable, and the weakest was at the heaven realm. Fortunately, the demons could not casually leave the demon abyss and did not have many opportunities to step into this world. Or else, the human clan might not be able to maintain their current status. Although these world people have nothing to do with the demon abyss, now that more and more areas have been born, this world has spread infinitely to the outside world. I have already faintly sensed the aura of the demon abyss outside this world. Marquis Bayun stood in front of the door of the hall, but the voice in his mind sounded again. At this time, the indifferent words were a little more dignified. If the world continues to evolve, then it will get closer and closer to the demon abyss. At that time, it might completely connect with the demon abyss. At that time, it will be another great calamity of the world. The fact that the demon god was able to tear through space and enter here is a proof that the world is close to the demon abyss. You don't have much time left. In the face of the power of the demon abyss, even a mighty figure can't protect himself. You are still a little weak if you want to protect the Bayun mansion alone. As for protecting the entire human clan, you still have a long way to go. Hearing these words, Marquis Bayun's expression did not change much. It was just that when he heard that the world was approaching the demon abyss, his expression became a little solemn, but he quickly recovered. When the mysterious voice in his mind stopped, he asked again, "How long will it take for the world to come into contact with the demon abyss?" Maybe hundreds of years, maybe thousands of years. This time is not fixed. The speed of the expansion of the world is completely dependent on the spiritual energy in the world. The more powerhouses there are in the world, the faster the expansion of the world will be. I can't give you an exact answer as to how long it will take. Chapter 389. Hundreds of years. Thousands of years. This answer was within Marquis Bayun's expectation. After all, it took time for the world to expand. Thinking of this, he asked again, is there any possibility of stopping the expansion of the world? Yes. What is it? Kill. Kill most of the experts in the world. No one will absorb the spiritual energy of the world, and the world will not absorb energy from the outside world. Without enough spiritual energy, the world will not expand. The word kill contained the essence of killing. Hearing this, Marquis Bayun fell into silence. Rather than calling this method a method, it would be better to call it a completely impossible path. Kill all the cultivators in the world. That would be equivalent to severing the entire cultivation world, and even all the cultivation legacies in the world. When that time came, there would only be ordinary people left in the world. There would be no more cultivators. No one would absorb spiritual energy. The world would not expand. However, to do this, one must have the power to rival the world and the decisiveness of a warrior. Even if it was the human emperor, he could not do this. Moreover, although this method prevented the world from touching the demon abyss, it would also completely cut off the path of cultivation. It was not necessarily a good thing. Therefore, when he heard this sentence, he was shocked. After a short silence, Marquis Bayun shook his head and said, if cultivation is cut off, it will be the end of the world. How difficult it is. After saying this, Yi Zichen smiled. He put this matter aside for the time being. No matter what happened, there was still a long time before that day. The most important thing at the moment was, it was still about the demon race and the mutants. Especially if the mutants did not die, they would be a big problem. I wonder if Zhu Bing can kill the mutants completely. Suddenly, a thought arose in Marquis Bayun's mind, but he immediately suppressed it. Ancestral weapons were capable of completely annihilating evil spirits. But he might not be able to kill the mutants completely. However, if there was a chance, he could give it a try. As long as he could find the weakness of the mutants, it would be much easier to deal with this race in the future. On the other side, after Marquis Bayun's order was passed down, the imperial army in the Bayun mansion moved out in large numbers. Tens of millions of troops surrounded all the player cities tightly, leaving them no way out. Holy shit! Dong Zisha involuntarily cursed when he saw that the city he was in was completely surrounded by 3 layers of densely packed soldiers. It was difficult to count the number of soldiers that had surrounded the city. He had never heard of it before. Which player's city would be attacked by so many of the Imperial Court's armies? He remembered the most tragic battle on the forum. They only had an army of 500,000. Naturally, the player city had been breached, but they had also killed many soldiers. As for the City Lord player, he had used this opportunity to increase his grade. Therefore, it was hard to say whether it was a loss or a gain. However, the corners of Dong Zisha's mouth twitched violently as he looked at the army surrounding his city. This was far more than 500,000 yuan. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was 1,000,000 yuan. When would they be able to attract an army of 1,000,000 just by attacking a city in the ordinary realm? If this continued, would the players still have a chance to stabilize their status as marquises? City Lord, the Imperial Court, the Great Zhao's offensive is too intense. What should we do? A player walked up to Dong Zisha, sweating profusely. His voice was trembling. Players couldn't die. However, being surrounded by 1,000,000-strong army, the aura that was like a black cloud pressing down on a city was enough to suffocate these people. Hearing that, Dong Zisha gritted his teeth. What else can we do? Block them all. Even if we can't block them, we have to block them. As long as the city doesn't fall, the army will definitely retreat. Otherwise, what will all of us eat and drink? 1,000,000-strong army. The daily consumption was an astronomical number. Such supplies. Even if other cities provided them, the ordinary realm was far away and needed time to transport them. With that, the army's offense couldn't last for too long. Based on Dong Zisha's estimations, in at most 3 to 5 days, the army would retreat. The only problem now was whether or not he could defend for these 3 to 5 days. When that player heard that, he said with difficulty, those NPCs that surrendered, seeing the great Zhao's army attacking, many of their hearts have started to waver. If this continues, even if the army doesn't attack, we will collapse on our own. Kill. Dong Zisha's face turned vicious as he said coldly, kill all those who want to rebel. Kill them until no one has such thoughts. However, if we do that, it will cause resistance. If we don't kill them, we will die. If we kill them, we will have a chance of survival. If the city is about to fall, then what is the use of having them? Dong Zisha's face was dark as he said decisively. In his eyes, these NPCs were just data. So what if he killed them? As for the problem of reviving, he had never worried about it. These NPCs belonged to this city. Right now, he was the city lord of the city. Once he gave up his city lord identity, these NPCs would become like refugees. When that time came, there would be no revival. Outside the city, within the army tent, a middle-aged burly general sat on the main seat. Beside him sat Li Guang'an and a few other generals. Just at that moment, a scout came in from outside and knelt down on one knee. General, our army has surrounded the city. I guarantee that not a single bird will be able to escape. Good. Oyu Guoji's face calmed down. He waved his hand to dismiss the scout before looking at the others and asking in a low voice. In your opinion, what should we do next? The Inhumans are not strong. Just attack the city. A general stood up and cupped his fists. General, as long as you give me 100,000 troops, I will definitely take down the city within a day. Not appropriate. Before Oyu Guoji could speak, Li Guang'an shook his head and said, this battle must be won beautifully. We must also create a crushing momentum for the Inhumans. 1 day is too long. Then in your opinion, what should we do? All troops attack. Within 2 hours, break through the city and kill all the Inhumans. Li Guang'an said word by word. Hearing that, Oyu Guoji nodded and said in a low voice, that's right. Pass down my order. Attack the city. We must take it down within 2 hours. Yes. Soon. The army that was only surrounding the city suddenly moved. Like lightning, they launched an attack towards the city. 1 million troops attacked the city. The soldiers almost fell one after another. Scaling ladders were placed on the city walls. A large number of people climbed up the ladders. Besides that, there were even cultivators above the 6th level of the martial realm who used some gaps in the city as footholds. With the momentum of soaring into the air, they directly got rid of the effect of the scaling ladders and charged towards the city. In less than 10 minutes, Zhong Xian's expression changed drastically. There were already soldiers of the imperial court who charged up the city walls and began a confrontation with the defenders. For a moment, shouts filled the sky. A bloody massacre began. For every person killed, 1,000 pieces will be rewarded. Everyone, kill. Dong Zisha was about to go crazy. While commanding the players and the defenders to fight, he was thinking of a way to deal with it. Although he knew that it would be a difficult situation for an army of 1 million to attack the city. But he absolutely did not expect. It was just the beginning, but their side was completely suppressed. Looking at the situation in front of them. Not to mention holding on for 3 to 5 days, even if he could hold on for 3 to 5 hours, it was a problem. Outside the tent, Li Guang'an and Oyu Guoji each rode on a monster. Looking at the scene of slaughter on the city walls, their expressions did not change. But Dong Zisha, who was commanding on the city walls, caught their attention. If I remember correctly, that person should be the leader of the players in this city. Oyu Guoji looked at Dong Zisha and said faintly. Towards this kind of inhuman who had captured a city, the imperial court had the corresponding portrait and information. After all, after the city was captured, it did not mean that the imperial court's forces were completely removed. There would still be some spies in the city to collect useful information for the imperial court. Li Guang'an nodded and said, from the information, it should be this person. With Li Guang'an's means, Can you take this person's life? It's as easy as turning over my hand. Li Guang'an's expression did not change. Only the eyes that looked at Dong Zisha had a bit more killing intent. The storage ring flashed. A bow and an arrow had already appeared in his hands. The next moment, he directly pulled the bow and arrow. The thin spiritual chi of heaven and earth slightly condensed. When the true chi was attached to it, it caused a dense light to flow on the arrow. Immediately, his fingers loosened. In an instant, the arrow flew through the air and swept toward the city wall like a meteor catching up with the moon. Dong Zisha, who was originally commanding on the city wall, felt a pain in his body before he realized what was going on. Then, a white light appeared in front of his eyes and he disappeared on the spot. As for the others, they were also shocked by the sudden change. The long arrow that directly shot Dong Zisha had returned to Li Guang'an's hands as if it had completed its task. Li Guang'an's archery is good. Oyu Guiji praised. Li Guang'an said, it's just a small trick. It's nothing. On the other side, the city wall was now in chaos. For the players, the death of the city lord was nothing. After all, he could be resurrected in a while. But for the original defenders in the city, this change was the last straw that crushed their hearts. Originally, when the imperial court's army attacked, these people wanted to surrender. But because of Dong Zisha's ruthless methods, they were temporarily deterred. After all, the defenders who could surrender to the players at the beginning would not be too brave. But now it was different. Dong Zisha was shot to death. The thoughts that were forcibly suppressed in the bottom of these people's hearts surged again. Soon, someone threw down the weapon in his hand and shouted loudly, "I'm willing to surrender. Please spare my life." As the first person threw down his weapon, even more people threw down the weapons in their hands and shouted that they wanted to surrender. Suddenly, the city's defense system completely collapsed with the surrender of a large number of defenders. Chapter 390. On the forum. Most of the posts were related to the players. After any player took down a city and became a duke, there would be related posts and videos on the forum, attracting the attention of other players and causing heated discussions. After all, to be able to become a duke, even if it was just a small duke who owned a city, it would take a lot of manpower and resources. It was very difficult. It was not something that dozens or hundreds of players could do. Now, any player who was qualified to become a duke was basically someone with power and influence in the real world. Only a very small number of people. Only those who developed well in the game world could become a duke without relying on power in the real world. But no matter what, as long as a player could become a duke, they would be publicly in the first echelon. And they would be the top ones. One world announcement was enough for these people to become famous. But recently, in the player forum, there were many videos of the NPC army attacking the city, suppressing many videos of the players attacking the city. Especially the densely packed number of people. This caused everyone to be extremely fearful. In the comment section. First comment, TSK, so many NPCs besieging the city. Each person's saliva could drown the city. Marquis Bai Yun is really ruthless. Second comment, I am willing to call Bai Yun Mansion the strongest. Third comment, a small city and they used 1 million troops to attack it. Is the NPC army in Bai Yun Mansion really that big? Fourth comment, I heard that Bai Yun Mansion directly used 1 million troops this time. Fifth comment, awesome, 2 simple words, representing the shock in my heart. 1 million troops just to attack a city in the ordinary region. This time, Marquis Bai Yun's action could be said to have shocked everyone. Some players even knew. Not only did the Northern Cloud Manor mobilize 1 million soldiers, but they also mobilized tens of millions of soldiers. All of the players who managed to conquer a city in the Northern Cloud Manor did not even last for 2 hours before their city was breached and all of them perished. As for the losses, it was needless to say. The players under him killed the enemies and provided experience for the players who were the city lords. That was under the premise of continuous fierce battles. In a situation like this, from the beginning to the end, it was a one-sided suppression, and the experience that could be gained was not much. The only gain. It was probably the loot in the city. However, players who were able to take down a city wouldn't do it purely for money. Instead, they would do it for long-term development. Only when there was no hope of defending it would they do something like this. However, this time, all the cities had been destroyed too quickly. In less than 2 hours, how much could they have collected? It could be said that, this time, all the players in Bayun Manor suffered a huge loss. Before that, when players captured a city, although they would attract a large army to attack them, it would not be too serious. At most, the army would be twice as strong as the original city's defenders. This way, as long as they paid a small price, they might be able to defend it. This was also the reason why. The reason why some players were so passionate about sieging a city was because as long as they had money, defending a city would not be a problem. However, the situation in Bayun Manor was different. Almost none of them had happened at all. However, after this incident, the Bayun Mansion became an epic level of difficulty in the eyes of the players. After all, how much manpower and resources did they have to expend in order to defend a city in the ordinary realm with an army of over 1 million? After such a big battle, apart from those top player forces, half of the others were probably crippled. Even if they looted the city's treasures, they would not be able to recover their HP. So this way, some players who originally wanted to attack Bayun Manor all gave up the idea in their hearts. There was no other way. This Marquis Bayun was too tough. He was tough to the goblin race. He was tough to the players too. If he wanted to kill a celestial demon, he would kill a celestial demon. If he wanted to destroy a player's city, he would destroy a player's city. As long as the players could resist for a few minutes during the siege, it would not make the others despair. However, when they saw the unstoppable siege in the video, everyone gave up their final struggle. There was no way to fight. At least the players at this stage could not fight. Anyway, there was not only one Bayun Manor in the 13 Great Zhao prefectures. There was no need to target one. The other prefectures had vast territories. They could also satisfy the needs of the players. However, this incident was a wake-up call for the other players. That was, if there was any movement in the prefectures without rebel forces, it might attract the full force of the imperial court to suppress it. As for the prefectures that were in chaos, it was easy to take advantage of the situation. Both sides could not care about each other. Naturally, they did not have any extra strength to deal with them. Within Thousand Mountains Prefecture, Marquis, most of the Great Zhao forces are gathered in Southern Hill Prefecture and Fallen Moon Prefecture. The defense of Thousand Mountains Prefecture is definitely empty. I suggest we send troops to other cities. If we want to reclaim the lost land, it will be much easier. Within the Marquis Manor, Bu Tianhua cupped his hands and suggested. Hearing this, one of the generals stood up and cupped his fists. Advisor Bu is right. Our army has rested for a few months and has recovered a lot of our losses. If we send troops now, we can reclaim all the lost land. As for the others, although they did not say anything, looking at their expressions, one could roughly guess what they meant. Seeing this, Jiyu Changqing nodded slightly and said, "That's good too. Our army has rested for a few months. We can use this chance to reclaim the cities first. If we take down the cities, all the Great Zhao soldiers will surrender. The current Thousand Mountains Prefecture can't take too much losses. There had been a series of battles. Many of his men had died. No matter how many people there were in Thousand Mountains Prefecture, they couldn't take so much. Their main goal was to surrender. The main goal was to fill the gap in the army's strength. Moreover, these were the Great Zhao soldiers. With some training, they could turn them into their own strength. This way, they could save a lot of time. Speaking of this, Marquis Qianshan changed the topic and said in a low voice, "During this time, the players have been causing trouble at the border. I heard that many cities have fallen into their hands. Advisor, how do you think we should deal with this? The players are just a small problem. They can't do much. Right now, the main goal is to defeat the Great Zhao forces. It won't be too late to deal with these players later." Bu Tianhua did not hesitate and replied confidently. In his eyes, although the players were developing quickly, Their foundation was still too shallow. It would be difficult for them to achieve anything in a short time. This matter could be put aside for now. Once the problem with Da Zhao was solved, he could turn around and wave his hand to get rid of all these inhumans. The next day, Marquis Qianshan, Jiyu Changqing, mobilized his army and attacked the Great Zhao. Thousand Mountains Prefecture, which had been peaceful for a few months, fell into chaos again. Originally, Yang Caizhe had withdrawn his army. The defending army in Thousand Mountains Prefecture was mainly focused on defense. They did not attack the rebel army easily. As for Jiyu Changqing, he had been recuperating and did not start a fight easily. In the end, Thousand Mountains Prefecture was peaceful for a while. Of course, this peace was only relative. Almost everyone knew that sooner or later, the rebels in Thousand Mountains Prefecture and the forces of the imperial court would once again wage war. The former could not tolerate the existence of the imperial court. The imperial court could not tolerate the latter's existence either. Between the two sides, they were like fire and water. There was no possibility of reconciliation. However, in the eyes of others, Yang Caizhe had led most of his forces back to Zhong State Prefecture. The remaining defending army must be weak. They might not stand a chance against Jiyu Changqing's attack. However, what surprised everyone was that the imperial court's defending army was not weak. Instead, it was very strong. Although it was not as strong as the rebel army, the difference was not big. The two sides had just met and they were already in a fierce battle. Kill. A city was besieged by a large number of rebels. The defending army on the city wall defended the city. No matter how the rebels attacked, they did not show any signs of defeat. Any rebel who managed to climb up the city wall could not hold on for long. They were killed in an instant. From the beginning of the battle until now, 3 to 4 hours had passed. The defending army on the city wall had been rotated twice. The attacking army had also changed a lot. However, no one could hold on for more than 3 breaths when they climbed up the city wall. At the same time, there was a shield above the city. It prevented cultivators above the airborne realm from flying in the air. They could directly cross the city wall and kill their way into the city. At the same time, many cultivators were bombarding the formation shield. However, no matter how powerful they were, they could not shake the shield at all. In the rebel camp, Guo Tong looked at the city shield in front of him with a serious face. He turned his head to look at a middle-aged man and said seriously, "Grandmaster Ran, I'll have to trouble you to break this city's defender formation." Grandmaster Ran nodded and said with a faint smile, "It's a piece of cake." After that, he took a step into the air and immediately flew toward the defender formation. Guo Tong, who was standing in the same place, now looked much more relaxed. Ran Gaoyang. He was one of the 2 formation masters under Jiyu Changqing. He was also the main force that had attacked Ming Jingshan and blocked the attack of the imperial army. This time, he came with the army to take down the city with the least amount of casualties and the fastest speed. In his opinion, as long as Ran Gaoyang took action, the so-called defender formation would not be able to do anything. On the other side, when Ran Gaoyang approached the city's protective shield, his originally indifferent expression gradually turned grave. In his eyes, the formation in front of him seemed to be made by nature. There was not a single flaw left. It made him feel as if he did not know where to start. This formation is definitely not left by Ming Jingshan. Ran Gaoyang was certain as soon as he saw the formation. Ming Jingshan himself was very clear about his own capabilities. Although his cultivation in Formation Dao was impressive, there was no way he could have set up such a formation. Could it be, it's Qin Shujian? Chapter 391. Qin Shujian. Ran Gaoyang had always remembered this name. But he had never really fought with him. Even when Yang Caizhe led the army to attack, Ran Gaoyang did not make a move. So, he had only heard of this Array Dao Grandmaster reincarnated from the Almighty, but he had never seen him in person. The city-protecting formation at the moment was obviously the work of a Array Grandmaster. In the entire Thousand Mountains Prefecture, there were only 2 Array Grandmasters in the past. One was Ming Jingshan. The other was Qin Shujian. Ran Gaoyang had never fought with Qin Shujian before, but he had fought with Ming Jingshan. Although that old man's cultivation was valiant, his attainments in the Tao of formations couldn't be considered very profound, even though he had reached the level of a grandmaster. But he was confident that he could teach Ming Jingshan a lesson by himself. With Ming Jingshan's cultivation in array Tao, he would never be able to set up such a formation. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, the storage ring in Ran Gaoyang's hand flashed, and 12 flags flew out from it. Then, they occupied all directions of heaven and earth, and a large formation was suddenly formed. The best way to break the formation. It was to use another formation to resist. As the large formation was formed, a strong buzzing sound came from the void. Soon after, the two arrays started to boil violently like boiling water. Bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere in the void. Between the two arrays, endless killing intent was revealed. Boom! In the end, the power of the formation on the city suddenly gathered and turned into a shocking sword slash. In the end, the large formation was broken. 3 of the 12 flags were broken, and the other 9 were sent flying. Ran Gaoyang snorted and retreated in the air. At the same time, a powerful fluctuation spread out in all directions with the city-protecting formation as the center, causing the airborne realm cultivators who were originally close to the city to vomit blood and fly away. They had already suffered heavy injuries. The peak of the first level of the Master Realm, and the second level of the Master Realm, Ran Gaoyang barely stood still, and the qi and blood in his body were somewhat turbulent. As for the 12 flags after the formation was broken, they had returned to his hands. However, when he saw that 3 of the flags were broken, there was a little pain in his eyes. It was not an easy task to refine a set of array flags. Not only was it a matter of materials, but they also needed to find a suitable blacksmith. Now, the backlash from the formation had caused 3 of the flags to break. Although the set of flags was not destroyed, its power had been greatly reduced. He glanced at the guardian array with fear. Ran Gaoyang immediately retreated. As for Guotong, he was also constantly paying attention to Ran Gaoyang's changes. When he saw that Ran Gaoyang had failed to break the formation, his expression turned ugly. "Grandmaster Ran, are you all right?" "I'm fine. It's just a slight tremor." Ran Gaoyang waved his hand. After taking a deep breath, he looked at the city in front of him and said in a serious tone, "The person who set up this formation is at least at the peak of the first realm of the Supreme Power Realm, or even at the second realm of the Supreme Power Realm. If that's the case, is there a way to break the formation?" "Yes." Ran Gaoyang answered affirmatively. "What is it?" "Any formation must have a formation core. If I'm not wrong, the formation in front of us is set up using the city as a carrier. There must be a formation core buried in the city," Ran Gaoyang said in a deep voice. "As long as we find a way to find the formation core in the city and then destroy it, even if the formation doesn't collapse by itself, its power will be greatly reduced. At that time, the incomplete formation won't be able to stop me." Hearing that, Guotong fell into a short silence. It would not be easy to enter the enemy's city and find the formation core. Especially now that the war had started, the city must be heavily guarded. In this case, the city gate would not even be opened, let alone sneak into the city. Ran Gaoyang said at this time, "Although we can't enter the city, General Guo, don't forget that there are some people who can pass through the city unimpeded. Maybe they can be of use to us." "Grandmaster Ran, you mean?" "Yes, it's the dissimulated men." Ran Gaoyang nodded and said, "We might as well issue a task to ask the dissimulated men in the city to find a way to find the formation core in the city. As long as the formation core is destroyed, the city will lose its biggest barrier. It's only a matter of time before we take over the city." "Grandmaster Ran, you're right." Guotong nodded his head. As early as when the other party spoke, he had vaguely guessed the general meaning. Indeed, dissimulated men could sometimes be of great use if they were used well. Another 2 hours passed. The city still could not be taken down. Guotong finally recognized a fact. Under the protection of the formation, it was not easy to directly take down the city with the current forces. Therefore, After 2 hours, he finally gave the order to retreat. Immediately, the army retreated like a tide, leaving only some corpses that had not been completely refreshed. After the army retreated, Guo Tong immediately issued a task to the dissimulated men, asking them to go to the enemy's city and find the formation core of the city protection formation. After that, in the next few days, Guo Tong only sent people to feign an attack. The rest was to wait for the news that the formation was broken. On the other side, Qin Shujian was still on the road of killing demons at this time. As the source of life steadily increased, he had already improved the second cultivation method to the completion stage of spiritual martial arts. Under the combination of the two cultivation methods, not to mention the changes in the spiritual spirit, the total amount of true essence was much more than the average person. At this point, Qin Shujian could already feel the existence of the thin film in the dark. The boundary of the divine martial arts. He was very clear that this thin film was the transformation from the spiritual martial realm to the divine martial realm. It was just compared to the terrifying danger that he felt when he reached the peak of the basic martial realm and the true martial realm. This thin film. The threat that he felt was not strong. In other words, as long as Qin Shujian wanted, he could break the shackles at any time and advance to the divine martial realm. To this, he was not too surprised, since the celestial sect could produce a great cultivator of the divine martial realm. Qin Shujian knew that the shackles of the spiritual domain were completely different from the shackles of other regions. It could be said that the spiritual domain was the closest existence to a large region. Besides some differences in spiritual qi between the two, there was almost no difference. In this case, the shackles of the spiritual domain were also relatively weaker. As long as one had a Tao artifact to protect himself or had a strong foundation, he could directly exert strength that far exceeded the spiritual martial realm in the spiritual domain. Even if the strength that surpassed the spiritual martial realm would be weakened in the spiritual domain. But it would not be weakened too much. Almost every large sect in the spiritual domain was supported by the strength of the divine martial realm. Shaking his head, Qin Shujian gave up the impulse to break through. Break through now. There was no need. He could feel that he was far from reaching the limit. At this time, he would not reach the true peak. It's still early to break through. According to the current speed of harvesting life force, it should be enough to raise myself to the peak state in about 1 or 2 years. Qin Shujian thought in his heart. 1 or 2 years was the speed of harvesting life force provided by the disciples of the Yuan sect. After all, a cultivation method did not have to be mentioned in the front. Just the last 2 levels of the spiritual martial technique alone required 150 million life force to raise. 5 cultivation methods would cost a total of 750 million gold coins. In addition to the levels that had not been raised, it would require at least 800 million life force. The cultivation of the disciples of the Yuan sect was improving day by day. The life force that everyone could provide was also increasing steadily. For example, some disciples of the true martial realm or the spiritual god realm could provide thousands to tens of thousands of life force points by killing a spiritual god realm demon beast. Although it was impossible for every disciple of the sect to contribute so much life force. But in summary, it was about time to provide 800 million life force points in 2 years. If he used luck points to exchange for it, this progress would be greatly reduced. Seeing that there were more than 4,000 luck points in the attribute pain, Qin Shujian temporarily suppressed the urge to exchange for it. It was not the time to exchange for it. Luck points were hard to come by. It seemed that he had accumulated quite a lot now. But in fact, after killing all the demons in the true dominion of the Baiyun Mansion, it would not be so easy to harvest luck points. The demons sealed in the spiritual domain. Every one of them would be a complete heavenly man supreme cultivator. If he was not careful, perhaps the entire Baiyun Mansion would fall. Therefore, the seal of the demons in the spiritual domain could not be touched. The Marquis of Baiyun would not let him touch it either. Even Qin Shujian himself was not 100% confident that he could deal with the demons at their peak. In that case, the idea of harvesting luck points would come to an end. As for the demons of the true dominion in the other prefectures, they might not let him harvest them. After all, in the true dominion of every prefecture, fortresses would be built to guard the places where the demons were sealed. If one did not have a handwritten order token, it would be equivalent to declaring war. The demons in the ordinary dominion were the only ones who could take advantage of the situation. However, even if he killed all the demons in the ordinary dominion of the 13 prefectures, he would not be able to contribute much luck points. Based on the current rate of increase, it was at most 10,000 luck points should be the most he could get. However, to Qin Shujian, 10,000 luck points was not a small number. At the same time, he wanted to know more. If his luck value reached 10,000, he would be able to obtain 10,000 points. Would the attribute panel undergo a new transformation? After devouring a large number of demons, Qin Shujian rested for a few days and completely polished his spirit and physical body. Then, he headed to the other fortresses again to continue his great mission of killing demons. The blood-red sword flashed past, but there was no blood rain. A withered corpse fell to the ground as if it had been dead for many years. Peng Qing skillfully searched the corpse and took away the useful items. Then, he looked at his own legacy mission. The progress of the mission to kill 10,000 true martial stage S had already steadily stopped at 9,999. I still need one more. Chapter 392. During this period of time, Peng Qing had been wandering around the great Zhao 13 prefectures. He kept on killing cultivators of the true martial realm or above. For it was to complete this inheritance quest. After all, the true martial realm was considered the backbone of the cultivation world. If a large number of true martial realm cultivators died in a prefecture, it would inevitably attract the suspicion and attention of others. He had to pull wool. He couldn't just grab a prefecture and pull it out. Or else. He couldn't be so carefree until now. For 2 years, Peng Qing had been wandering between killing and being chased. The lives of nearly 10,000 true martial realm cultivators pushed his realm to the vision divine realm. It could be said, this kind of improvement was especially terrifying. But with the weeping blood blade in his hand, Peng Qing found that the experience points he got from killing cultivators seemed to be more than others. Also, when he killed nearly 10,000 cultivators, the weeping blood blade also transformed from a spirit artifact to a Dao artifact. And it wasn't a normal Dao artifact, but a second seal artifact. He had the strength of the 8th level of the spirit martial realm. Together with the second seal artifact, the weeping blood blade. It could be said, even if it was a god martial realm cultivator, Peng Qing still had the power to fight. As for killing true martial realm and spirit martial realm cultivators, it was even easier. That was also why. The reason why he could almost complete the inheritance quest in 2 years. Is it really the last segment after completing this inheritance quest? Peng Qing asked. Dao Enyu's voice came out from the ring as he slowly said, to be able to kill 10,000 true martial realm cultivators, you already have the qualifications to receive the true inheritance. At that time, you will become the strongest existence in the world. The strongest? Peng Qing secretly shook his head. He didn't completely believe Dao Enyu's words. The so-called strongest in the world was just a gimmick. However, from the changes in his body, Peng Qing was almost certain that the inheritance he received was the extremely powerful one. At least, among the current players, there shouldn't be anyone who received an inheritance that was stronger than him. Once he completed the final quest, he would be able to receive the complete inheritance. At that time, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Although he couldn't really be invincible. But it wasn't impossible to become the number 1 player. At that time, he could naturally get whatever he wanted, whether it was in reality or in the game. However, when Peng Qing thought about the rewards he could obtain after becoming the strongest player in the game, his heart remained extremely calm. He had slaughtered so many cultivators. His heart gradually turned cold. For many things. Although he still had a certain level of obsession. However, It was not an easy thing to cause a fluctuation in one's state of mind. At present, apart from the fact that he was about to complete the mission, there were no other fluctuations in his emotions. "How dare you kill a deacon of my sect? You're courting death." A furious shout rang out from afar, accompanied by a formidable atmosphere of power. Next, a beefy cultivator flew through the sky to charge towards Peng Qing. In his line of sight, he could see the withered body on the ground. Although he had changed a lot, however, he was still able to tell that they were from his own sect. As for Peng Qing, he was too lazy to care about the other party's background. Since he dared to kill the deacon of his sect, only death awaited him. Although in the eyes of this cultivator, although Peng Qing's strength was extraordinary, it was not enough to make him feel apprehensive. It was also at this moment. Peng Qing raised the hand holding the sword slightly and slashed out with the weeping blood blade. In the eyes of that cultivator, he could only see a flash of cold light, followed by an earth-shattering massacre, which made him feel as if his mind had been frozen in an instant. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like a long time had passed. When that cultivator came back to his senses, he realized that he could no longer control his body. His essence and blood seemed to be drawn by something, constantly gushing out from his throat. In less than 2 breaths of time, a mummified corpse fell to the ground, a pair of eyes staring angrily. There was still a doubtful expression on his face. It seemed like he did not expect. How could he die so easily? You've killed 10,000 real martial realm cultivators. You've completed the inheritance mission. The system's notification came as expected. Peng Qing immediately checked his mission panel and found that the inheritance mission was now displayed as completed. The mission has been completed. Prepare to receive the final inheritance. Dao Enyu's voice rose from the ring, and then he said, "The inheritance is a bit noisy. Find a secluded place, otherwise it will be bad if someone interrupts. The inheritance will take a long time." The inheritance will not take long, but it will take a certain amount of time. If you receive it here and are interrupted, the inheritance will be considered a failure. Hearing this, Li Changshou said. Peng Qing did not ask any more questions. However, he could also feel that this inheritance was not simple. According to Dao Enyu's request, Peng Qing did not take too long to find a secluded mountain forest. When his divine will swept out, there was nothing around that could threaten him. Immediately, he said, "What should I do next?" "Sit down cross-legged and prepare to receive the inheritance." "Okay." Peng Qing sat down cross-legged and put the weeping blood blade aside. After he sat down cross-legged, Peng Qing felt a strange energy wrap around his body, and his mind was instantly immersed in it. From the outside world, a monstrous blood aura surged out from the ring. In an instant, it wrapped around Peng Qing and the weeping blood blade, and then turned into a huge blood cocoon. Thunder was faintly buzzing in the sky, as if indicating that something ominous was happening. On the other side, as he was wrapped in the blood cocoon, Peng Qing found that he had entered a world that looked like a sea of blood. The sea of blood below was surging. Countless vengeful spirits were wailing in it. As for the center of the sea of blood, there was a long saber that was tied up in chains. Most of the saber was submerged in the sea of blood, and only a small part of the saber and the hilt were exposed. But in Peng Qing's view, this was clearly an enlarged version of the weeping blood blade. Where is this? Standing in the air, Peng Qing's face was filled with doubt and seriousness. Standing in the air above the sea of blood, he could feel that the surroundings were filled with an ominous aura. Evil. Slaughter. Even if Peng Qing had killed no less than 10,000 people, the killing intent and the smell of blood in his heart paled in comparison to the sea of blood in front of him. There was no comparison at all. At this moment, a voice sounded above the sea of blood. "This is the space of the Saber Master's inheritance. As long as you hold the hilt in the sea of blood, you will receive the complete Saber Master's inheritance." The voice was faint. He could not tell north from south. Or rather, the voice came from the space itself. However, when he heard the voice, Peng Qing was slightly relieved. After all, coming to such an unfamiliar and strange environment would inevitably make one feel uneasy. However, the appearance of the voice. It made him understand that this was indeed the place to receive the inheritance after completing the mission. However, the words of the voice made Peng Qing feel relieved, but at the same time, he was stunned. Saber Master. This was the first time he had heard of this name. Speaking of which, after receiving the inheritance mission for so long, Peng Qing did not know which expert the inheritance he received came from. When he asked Dao Enyu also avoided talking about this and only told him that he would naturally know the identity of the owner of the inheritance in the end. Until now, Peng Qing finally knew. His inheritance came from an expert named Saber Master. Perhaps Saber Master was his real name, but in his opinion, it was more of an honorific or a title. Saber Master. The Master of Sabers. How arrogant. Peng Qing could not help but say in his heart. However, the more arrogant the other party was, the more he understood the power of the inheritance. He thought about it again. Previously, Peng Qing had always thought that Dao Enyu was called Dao Enyu because he was a servant. However, now that he thought about it, Saber Master, Dao Enyu, he now understood the other party's identity. Holding the saber hilt, he would receive the inheritance. Thinking of the words of the voice, Peng Qing took a deep breath and flew towards the saber in the middle of the blood sea using divine telekinesis. When he got close to the saber, only now did he truly see how huge this long saber was. It was like a mountain range. Only a small part of the saber that was exposed in the blood sea, including the hilt, was 200 to 300 feet long. The greater part of the saber that was directly submerged in the blood sea was at least 400 to 500 feet long. A saber that was almost 1,000 feet long. Peng Qing found it hard to imagine. What kind of expert would be able to use such a weapon? Just put your hand on the hilt. At this moment, the voice in the blood sea space sounded again. Put his hand on the hilt. Hearing that, Peng Qing moved closer again. At this moment, the engraved patterns on the hilt had become extremely clear. Every seemingly ordinary pattern seemed to come alive in his eyes after combining with other patterns. They were engraved patterns. They also seemed to be terrifying saber techniques. Apart from that, they were more like flowing blood, as if they could completely devour people. There was no reason for it. Peng Qing suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Even his hand that was about to reach out stopped. A bad feeling. Was there a problem with the inheritance? He was a little hesitant in his heart. However, on second thought, this was just a game. Although it could affect reality, it couldn't erase the fact that it was just a game. No matter what happened in the game, the players wouldn't die. Since they wouldn't die, then many of his worries could be thrown away. Besides, in order to complete this mission, he had been searching everywhere for cultivators to kill for 2 years. He had spent a lot of effort. His final goal was just this moment in front of him. If he gave up just because of a bad feeling, it would be too wasteful. Thinking of this, Peng Qing's eyes hardened and he immediately pressed his palm over. Chapter 393. Buzz. When his palm touched the hilt of the blade, the entire blood sea space seemed to tremble. Immediately after, Peng Qing found that his palm seemed to be pulled by some kind of suction force. No matter how he struggled, there was no way to pull his palm away. It was also at this moment. A terrifying thought rose from the long saber. A cold and cruel voice. It instantly resounded throughout the entire blood sea space. How many years has it been? Finally, the opportunity has come. Ha 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 ha, I finally have the opportunity. A few simple sentences. In Peng Qing's ears, it was as if he was in the middle of thunder. The body formed by divine thoughts almost collapsed. A great fear surged in his heart. He could no longer maintain his calm expression. He wanted to open his mouth to speak. But Peng Qing found that his entire body seemed to be imprisoned. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even open his mouth to speak. If at this moment, he still didn't know that he had been tricked by the NPC, then Peng Qing would have lived for so many years in vain. But what he didn't expect was This so-called inheritance mission was actually a trap. For a moment, Peng Qing thought a lot, but there wasn't much fear in his heart. Although this inheritance mission was a trap, causing all his original plans to fail. He might even have to pay the price of losing a level. But that was it. This loss. He could still bear it. It was also at this moment that terrifying thought directly rushed into his mind. Compared to the vast and deep thought, Peng Qing's divine thoughts were as weak as a firefly. In just an instant, it was directly swallowed up. It was also at this moment. The blood sea space trembled even more violently. The blood sea below churned. Countless vengeful spirits let out mournful wails as if the end of the world had arrived. Rumble, the long blade that was deeply embedded in the blood sea, also trembled. The chains that bound the long blade suddenly straightened. Then, as if there was an invisible hand pulling hard, the chains instantly shattered. Without the restraint of the chains, the long blade slowly rose from the blood sea. In an instant, the sky of the blood sea space collapsed. The aura of destruction spread out mightily. In the outside world, the moment the chains of the long blade broke, the blood-colored clouds in the sky condensed. Then, blood-red lightning shuttled back and forth. It was an ominous sign. It spread out from the sky. Any cultivator who sensed this aura felt as if their hearts were being squeezed tightly by a large hand, and even their breathing became somewhat smooth. What happened? A peak prominent divine stage cultivator who was in closed-door cultivation suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now, he sensed an ominous aura of destruction. As this aura spread out, even a prominent divine stage cultivator would not be able to maintain their calm. Even in the state of breakthrough, he had no choice but to interrupt him midway. However, compared to the failure of the breakthrough, the cultivator was more concerned about the origin of this aura. Based on his hundreds of years of experience, he had never felt such a destructive and ominous power before. In front of this aura, he felt as if he was an ant, and the slightest touch was all it took to crush him into pieces. Something like this. Many sects appeared in the vicinity. No matter if it was a cultivator of the spiritual martial realm or a cultivator of the true martial realm, they all trembled in front of this aura, as if they had encountered a terrifying heaven and earth. Some cultivators saw the blood-colored thunderclouds spreading in the sky. They were even more shocked. As time went by, the range of the blood-colored thunderclouds was no longer limited to the boundary of a forest. Instead, it kept spreading in all directions. In a short period of time, it already had the range of a true dominion. The cultivators who were watching the blood-colored thunderclouds from afar were still fine. However, those who were under the blood-colored thunderclouds felt as if they were in the depths of azure hell. Their bodies were stiff on the spot, and their minds seemed to be completely frozen. They did not dare to move at all. In the space of the blood sea, when the long saber was completely pulled out of the blood sea, one could see the long saber, which was close to 1,000 feet long, erected in the void. The blood-red saber seemed to have blood flowing on it, and a terrifying killing aura spread out. As for Peng Qing, at this moment, he closed his eyes tightly and stood in the void, motionless. After a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, the entire space of the blood sea went berserk. As Peng Qing opened his eyes, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared. At this moment, it was as if a terrifying existence had awakened. When a vast aura swept out, the void faintly wailed. At this moment, the long saber, which was originally close to 1,000 feet long, suddenly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it returned to its normal size and slowly landed in front of Peng Qing. Long time no see. At this moment, Peng Qing held the saber hilt with one hand. The corners of his mouth curled into a strange smile, and his blood-red eyes seemed to be filled with nostalgia. Since I have returned this time, I will complete what I failed to do back then. You should also follow me into battle once more. At this moment, a hunchbacked old man appeared from the blood sea. The moment he saw Peng Qing, he immediately bowed his head and said, "Greetings, Saber Master. You've done a good job." "Thank you, Saber Master. Now that your mission has been completed, you may return." After speaking, Peng Qing opened his mouth. Immediately, Saber Master did not resist at all. He turned into a stream of blood qi and entered Peng Qing's mouth. In an instant, Peng Qing swallowed him into his stomach. The next moment, the Saber Master held the long saber in his hand. When he slashed with the saber, he easily tore the blood sea space apart. In an instant, he stepped out of the broken sky and his body disappeared from the spot. In the outside world, the blood cocoon on the ground suddenly exploded. Peng Qing, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes at this moment. However, unlike before, his eyes were terrifyingly blood-red. Without a doubt, the person who woke up now was not Peng Qing, but the Saber Master. The moment the Saber Master stood up, the blood-red thundercloud seemed to have sensed something and was about to strike down at any moment. The Saber Master's blood-red eyes suddenly disappeared. They returned to their black and white state. The evil aura on his body also disappeared. It was as if none of the changes had happened. At this moment, the blood-red thundercloud in the sky also lost its target. In the end, it slowly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Soon, the sky returned to its original clear state. Only the Saber Master stood in the same place. His expression changed slightly. Player. The real world. After completely digesting Peng Qing's memory, he finally understood the origin of this alien who had taken over his body. Haha, an alien has descended from the sky. So, the so-called alien is called a player. The real world, as expected. The Saber Master held the blood-weeping blade in his hand. At this moment, he inserted a long saber shadow into it. Instantly, a low hum of a saber was heard. But very quickly, it was forcefully suppressed by a force. Finally, 5 seals were engraved on the blood-weeping blade, showing how terrifying the transformation of this weapon had been. Bloody Sea Underworld Blade. Unfortunately, I still can't fully restore you to your peak. Since I've already come out, it won't be long before you regain your true strength. He murmured softly. The Saber Master opened his mouth and directly swallowed the blood-weeping blade, which was now the Bloody Sea Underworld Blade, into his body. Then, he followed Peng Qing's remaining memories and tried to exit the game. As the option to exit the game moved, the Blade Master immediately felt a terrifying suction force pulling in his entire divine consciousness. This process only took half an instant. If the Saber Master's divine sense hadn't reached such a terrifying level, he definitely wouldn't have noticed this short change. Soon, the stars moved. Heaven and earth changed. It was as if he had crossed the river of time and space and arrived at a completely new world. The next moment, the Saber Master felt his divine sense return to a body. He opened his eyes. He skillfully opened the game capsule. Then he walked out. Looking at the decorations around him that were completely different from the original world, the Saber Master's eyes seemed to have a faint bloody glow. In his sight, the tile floor he saw was no longer as simple as a tile floor, it was the embodiment of the natural order. He pushed the door open. He walked out of the room. The next moment, he was already in the outside world. He could see many humans flying back and forth in an orderly manner. On the street, the traffic was heavy. The Saber Master casually closed the door and walked on the street, brushing past other people from time to time. It seemed to be a completely normal scene. But in his eyes, what he saw was a scene that was close to the essence of this world. The natural aura is thin, but it's in a state of continuous increase, somewhat similar to the end of the Age of Chaos and the recovery of spirit aura. The natural order here is more complete, and the heavenly axiom has already awakened from its slumber. This world is not simple, the Saber Master thought to himself. Compared to the world he was in, the natural order here was more complete. The more complete the natural order was, the more stable it was. Then the power of the heavenly axiom would become stronger. This was not good news for the Saber Master. The current him. He was more like a thief who had sneaked into this world. Once the heavenly axiom noticed, it would kill him in the next moment. His strength had not recovered to its peak state, so there was no possibility of resisting the heavenly axiom. So, After a simple understanding of the natural order of this world, the Saber Master had already understood. Even if he had sneaked into this world, he could not act unscrupulously. And as he came to the real world, his all-powerful cultivation had completely disappeared, leaving nothing for him. The Saber Master felt the power in his body. The second level of the true martial realm. In his view, such power was weak. If he guessed correctly, the power of the second level of the true martial realm should have been originally possessed by this body. Chapter 394. He had all of Peng Qing's memories. The Swordmaster was no stranger to the real world. After sensing that the laws of this world were perfected, he directly cashed in all his assets and then disappeared from the sight of others. Peng Qing was a prominent sage cultivator. Logically speaking, he was definitely a top-notch expert among the players. However, the other party had always kept a low profile, so there was almost no one who knew the other party's true identity. As for his sudden departure, apart from some friends and relatives, no one noticed. It was also from this day onwards. There was one less Peng Qing in the game world. There was one more Swordmaster in the real world. Nothing seemed to have changed, but there seemed to be something different. After the Heavenly Demon Temple reappeared and killed all the demons who disobeyed the orders of the Heavenly Demon Temple, the remaining demons all submitted to the might of the Heavenly Demon Temple. After all, in the end, the Heavenly Demon Temple was created by the Demon Emperor. It was an existence that ruled over all the demons. It was reasonable. The other demons should also obey the orders of the Heavenly Demon Temple. However, the strong were respected in the demon race. The Heavenly Demon Temple had not displayed its strength previously, and it had not appeared for many years, so the demons dared to ignore it. However, after this incident, the prestige of the Heavenly Demon Temple had once again been deeply ingrained in the hearts of all the demons. Naturally, no demons dared to disobey the orders of the Heavenly Demon Temple. Under the orders of the Heavenly Demon Temple, all the demons hid in the endless mountain range and did not come out. The originally raging beast tide also retreated. No demons or beasts were allowed to take half a step out of the endless mountain range. As for the actions of the demons, many people could guess the plans of this race. However, for some people, the Heavenly Demon Temple's actions were an open conspiracy. The demons were basically telling others that now that the Demon Emperor had passed away, the demons would not participate in the internal strife of the human race. They would just be a bystander and they could fight without worry. They did not have to worry that they would stab them in the back. As for this, although these people understood, they had to admit it. The demons' actions. Indeed, they could not do anything. It was basically impossible to continue to respect the royal family of the Great Zhao Empire and unite the human race and not give the demons any chance. After all, the royal family was the royal family, and the human emperor was the human emperor. The Great Zhao had ruled the world for more than 6,000 years and had accumulated a lot of resentment. It was only because there was a Ren Huang suppressing the world that no one dared to act rashly. Now that the human sovereign was gone, it was wishful thinking to rely on the royal family to suppress the entire world. For others, they acknowledged that the human emperor ruled the world. But that was all. Until now, the human sovereign had passed away. For many people, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, no one knew how long they would have to wait if they missed this opportunity. What if there was another human emperor in the Great Zhao royal family? Wouldn't he have to wait for another few thousand years? Thousands of years. It was enough to be described as a sea turning into mulberry fields. Not everyone could wait for thousands of years. One Ren Huang was enough. The next Ren Huang. He definitely couldn't appear in the royal family. Therefore, knowing the demon race's plan, the other vassals tacitly approved of the Heavenly Demon Temple's actions. After all, the strength of the demon clan was not any weaker than that of the human clan at their peak. Unless the entire human race attacked the endless mountain range, there might be a chance to destroy the demon race. However, this possibility was definitely not too high. It could even be said that it was very small. The human sovereign had yet to destroy the demon clan. With the current strength of the human clan, the chances of winning against the demon clan in the endless mountain range were not high. And if they were defeated, the entire human clan might be on the verge of destruction. Apart from that, there was an even more important point. That was, with the current situation of the human clan, if the demon clan attacked, they might put aside their former enmity and work together to fight against the demon clan. But if they were to work together to attack the demon clan, almost no one would respond. It was a very simple matter. No one could guarantee that when attacking the demon clan, their faction would not become a stepping stone for other factions. No one was willing to become someone else's dowry until the last moment. Therefore, when there was no possibility of destroying the demon clan, the retreat of the demon clan completely ignited the flames of war in the Great Zhao. The rebellion of Qianshan, Luoyu, and Nanfeng prefectures had caused half of the Great Zhao to fall into turmoil. But with the foundation of the imperial court, they still had some strength to deal with the vassals of the three prefectures. But, after the three prefectures, Marquis Baiyong suddenly mobilized his troops. Within 3 days, he had conquered more than 300 cities in Baiyong City and subdued tens of millions of soldiers from the imperial court. He had completely expressed his intention to rebel. If the imperial court still had some strength to deal with the three prefectures, then with the addition of Baiyong Prefecture, the power of the Great Zhao royal family was somewhat stretched. Fortunately, although the 4 prefectures had rebelled, it was not all of the vassals of the Great Zhao 13 prefectures. East Wen Prefecture, Wuan Prefecture, Baiyun Prefecture, the 3 prefectures publicly spoke out and blamed the rebels. At the same time, they sent troops to help the Great Zhao Emperor deal with the rebels of the 4 prefectures. As for the remaining prefectures, they did not speak out against the rebels nor did they openly rebel. They were temporarily in a wait-and-see attitude. For them. Now, it was up to the imperial court and the vassals to see who had the advantage. Once one side showed the advantage, they would immediately stand over and bare their fangs and claws at the disadvantaged side. It could be said that, after the rebellion of Baiyong Prefecture, the entire Great Zhao 13 prefectures had fallen into chaos. In particular, there were players who were interfering and attacking the ordinary domain-level prefectures, causing quite a commotion. However, the imperial court was currently in an intense battle with the rebels. Furthermore, the players were not strong. In their eyes, it was just a small matter, so they did not pay much attention to it. Of course, they did not completely ignore it. It was necessary to send troops to suppress the development of the player cities. Compared to the other prefectures, although Baiyun Prefecture had sent troops to help the emperor. However, with the powerful Marquis Baiyun holding the fort, as well as the fact that the army had destroyed all the player cities, the entire Baiyun Prefecture became much calmer. The devil race was shocked by Marquis Baiyun. The players were also shocked by Marquis Baiyun's ruthless methods. After all, no one wanted to work so hard to take down a city only to have it destroyed before they could even recoup their losses. Although the players who could attack cities and become vassals were the few who had money and power in the real world. However, no matter how rich they were, it was not so wasteful. Every time they attacked a city, they would need to gather more than 100,000 players. They would need to pay a certain amount of compensation for casualties and killing enemies. After a huge battle, it was burning money. Who would be so bored as to send their heads to Marquis Baiyun? Anyway, the Great Zhao was getting more and more chaotic. If they went to other places to fish in troubled waters, they might even be able to take advantage of this opportunity to become stronger. If they stayed in the Baiyun Prefecture, everything would be monitored by the imperial court and they would not have the chance to do anything. The current situation in the Great Zhao, it affected many people, but there were also many who were not affected. Among the people who were not affected, Qin Shujian was one of them. During this period, he had been busy killing the evil spirits. He went to the true dominion one by one and entered the strongholds one by one. Then, he repeatedly broke the seal and killed the evil spirits. After a long time, Qin Shujian himself felt that it was a little boring. Fortunately, looking at the steadily increasing luck points, he was quite happy. At least the boring work was accompanied by a considerable amount of compensation. As the spirit god became stronger, the energy provided by the evil demons was also becoming less and less helpful. In the end, devouring more than 10 or even dozens of evil spirits could really increase the spirit god by 10 feet. In this way, Qin Shujian did not have to worry about the spirit god exploding and escaping the control of the physical body again. He also did not need to spend time slowly refining the spirit god physical body. Boom! An earth-shattering sound erupted. More than 10 minutes later, a fire lotus was lying there quietly, indicating that an evil spirit had been refined. After absorbing the fire lotus, the spirit god, which had already reached 910 feet, climbed slowly like a turtle. In the end, it finally broke through its original limit and reached 920 feet. The spirit god was very powerful. This made Qin Shujian's perception extremely sharp. Even the speed at which it absorbed the heaven and earth spirit qi was many times faster than cultivators of the same realm. The spirit god of 920 feet should be reaching its limit. Faintly, Qin Shujian sensed that he had reached a certain limit. The spirit god of 920 feet. Although he had not really reached the peak of this limit, he could feel the existence of the limit. If nothing unexpected happened, if he continued to improve, it would not be long before he reached the limit. At the same time, Qin Shujian now had a certain guess as to why there was such a big difference in the source of life and energy obtained from devouring evil spirits and demon kings. In his opinion, the source of life and energy contributed by evil spirits was so little because evil spirits would not really die. Every time they were refined, they would be reborn in the fiend abyss. As for the moon-devouring demon king, he was completely dead. This comparison was easy to understand. Evil spirits had the special trait of being reborn. Those who died at their hands were more like clones and not their original bodies. Therefore, the amount of energy and source of life they contributed was extremely small. As for the moon-devouring demon king, he was really dead. Therefore, the source of life and energy he contributed, this was the amount that an expert of this level should really contribute. Unfortunately, it is not easy to kill demon kings and heavenly human demons. Otherwise, I should be able to reach this limit by refining a heavenly human demon. As soon as this thought arose, Qin Shujian extinguished it. It was still unrealistic to think of such a thing now. For him, if he killed all the evil spirits in the true dominion in the North Cloud Prefecture, the remaining evil spirits would be able to contribute the same amount of energy. Chapter 395. It took him half a year. Qin Shujian had already killed 153 of the 176 true provinces in the North Cloud Manor. In the remaining true provinces, there were only 23 left. He secretly estimated the number of evil spirits in the remaining true provinces. Qin Shujian already had a rough idea in his mind. There are 53 sealing altars in the 23 true dominion locations. According to the information given by the North Cloud Marquis, there are about 78 evil spirits in the 53 sealed altars. If that's the case, about a month or so should be enough. Given his rich experience in dealing with evil spirits, unless it was an evil spirit with an 8-star flare array or above. Or else, the other evil spirits would not be able to last long in front of it. Only the evil spirits with an 8-star flare array or above could not be dealt with by array formations. Therefore, Qin Shujian had to take action personally. According to his guess, the evil spirits with an 8-star flare array or above were sealed. Their true strength should be at the Demon King level. In other words, they were at least experts at the 4th stage heaven-human realm. In the next month, things were much simpler. The remaining 20-odd true provinces were basically killing evil spirits mindlessly. In the North Cloud Manor, any cultivator with some status knew that the North Cloud Marquis had invited Qin Shujian to take action and kill all the evil spirits sealed in the true provinces. In response, no one was surprised. Ever since Qin Shujian had killed the moon-devouring demon king in the Fallen Moon Manor, the other cultivators had realized that an expert who had condensed 4 universal skylocks was comparable to an almighty expert in the true provinces. Some people guessed, Condensing 4 universal skylocks might make one even more terrifying than an almighty. However, no one agreed with this statement. Regardless, to a certain extent, Qin Shujian was considered an invincible existence in the true provinces. Although the evil spirits were very powerful and could crush most of the experts of the same level, they could not do anything in front of an existence who had condensed 4 universal skylocks. The current situation was chaotic. Every place where an evil spirit was sealed was an unstable factor. It was reasonable that the North Cloud Marquis wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of the evil spirits. However, the evil fiends in the true dominion of the Baiyun Prefecture had been more or less wiped out. But in the other prefectures. However, he wasn't that lucky. Southern Hill Estate. As one of the forces that had rebelled alongside the fallen Moon Mansion, a huge dispute had arisen within their borders. In particular, the Southern Hill Estate was now the target of many players. In this way, the situation became even more chaotic. But no matter what the situation was, the Imperial Court and Marquis Nan Shan's men avoided the place where the evil spirit was sealed. They did not want to touch the seal and cause the evil spirit to break out of the seal. However, the two sides would stagger, but that didn't mean that the players would do the same. To the players, both the Imperial Court and Marquis Nan Shan were too powerful. There was no room for them to interfere in the affairs of the ordinary realm and above. This was especially true for the players who had already occupied several ordinary realm cities. Now, he was even more dissatisfied with the current situation. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to expand their forces in one fell swoop and shake off the other player dukes. However, if they wanted to attack and occupy the cities of the True Dominion, regardless of how difficult it was, the Imperial Court and Marquis Nan Shan could not ignore the existence of the True Dominion city. If the players dared to stretch out their hands, he would definitely suffer a thunderous blow. Regarding this, some players set their sights on the fortresses where the evil spirit was sealed. The strength of the players was weak. However, there were still many talents in all walks of life. Some of their methods, in particular, were enough to shock people. Boom! Monstrous fiendish chi exploded, accompanied by thunder in the sky. A terrifying evil spirit appeared from the seal. The vast fiendish chi that spread out immediately infected many of the fortress's guards, who were caught off guard. Upon seeing this scene, the commander's expression changed. Immediately, he roared furiously, "Everyone, form a military formation. Don't act alone." When his order was issued, in the entire fortress, there were already many soldiers with low cultivation levels who had been infected by the demonic chi and turned into members of the demonic disaster. Most of these people were below the 5th level of the martial initiation realm. They were weak. They did not have the ability to resist the fiendish chi. On the contrary, cultivators who had reached the peak of their chi and blood could barely resist the corrosion of the fiendish chi. As soon as the commander finished speaking, a huge military formation was formed. Monstrous blood chi exploded with a bang. Under the spread of the blood chi, many military souls appeared in the void and surrounded the evil spirit. The fortress commander did not send anyone to report the news of the evil spirit breaking out of the seal, because such a movement could not be hidden from others at all. As the evil spirit broke out of the seal, the news would definitely spread to all sides. What he needed to do now was to desperately delay the evil spirit's pace and not give the other party a chance to create more fiendish disasters. He also needed to buy enough time for other experts to arrive. For the fortress commander, when the evil spirit broke out of the seal, his life would most likely come to an end. If he did not stop the evil spirit, when the fiendish disaster started on a large scale. Even if he did not die in the hands of the evil spirit, when the Imperial Court interrogated him, he would definitely die. He would die either way. Rather than being humiliated and executed by the Imperial Court, it was better to die honorably in battle and gain a good reputation. Therefore, after the evil spirit broke out of the seal, the commander did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, he quickly organized the guards to fight against the evil spirit. The guards gathered their military souls. Their strength was also different. It was a pity that the garrison of the stronghold wasn't a true elite. After all, true elites wouldn't be placed in a stronghold and not move around. Although there were not many guards now, in terms of strength, they were not as strong as the 10,000 Chaos Blood Army back then. Boom. Boom. While the fortress was fighting with the evil spirit, in the other two True Dominion, the evil spirits of two fortresses also broke out of the seal. Monstrous demonic aura. It directly shook the entire South Mountain Prefecture. Both the Imperial Court and Marquis Nan Shan had no choice but to temporarily stop fighting in the face of such an unexpected situation. They turned around to deal with the evil spirit that had broken out of the seal. After all, the evil spirit was not comparable to others. If the delay was too long and the fiendish disaster took shape, it would definitely release other evil spirits. If one of them was not good, perhaps the entire South Mountain Prefecture would become a fiendish city. To Marquis Nan Shan, the South Mountain Prefecture was his foundation. Without the South Mountain Prefecture, his strength would be reduced by more than 70%. As for the Imperial Court, the South Mountain Prefecture was the territory of the Great Zhao Nation. It definitely could not become a fiendish city. Or else, even if they subdued the South Mountain Prefecture in the future, it would not be of much use. Even if they could purify the fiendish qi, it would take at least a few years or even more than a decade. More importantly, the living beings in the fiendish city would be extinct. Such a loss would be too great. However, although the two sides had temporarily stopped fighting on the surface, a large number of military forces were still accumulated at the front line. No one could be sure. Would the other party take this opportunity to launch a large-scale attack? It would be foolish to completely believe the words of the enemy. It could be said that, with the rise of the fiendish disaster, the situation in the South Mountain Prefecture became even more chaotic. Apart from the confrontation at the front line, the Imperial Court and Marquis Nan Shan also deployed a large number of military forces to suppress the fiendish disaster, including many experts. This way, the defense forces in the other cities would be much weaker. For the players who had released the fiendish disaster, they had to wait. This was the moment, therefore, when the defenses in the cities were empty, a large number of players immediately attacked the cities. After expending a lot of manpower and resources, they really took down a true Dominion city. After taking down the city, the players who attacked the city had no intention of defending the city. They directly plundered everything of value in the city, leaving behind the city that had been plundered and leaving behind a devastated city. On the forum, some players made a comparison between the cost of attacking the true Dominion city and the loot obtained after conquering the city. In the end, they came to a conclusion. They were the ones who had done so. At the very least, they had earned back double the cost, or perhaps even more than that. One had to know that the true Dominion city and the ordinary Dominion city could not be compared at all. The resources in a true Dominion city, even 3 to 5 ordinary Dominion cities combined, could not compare to that. At this point, the other players were also inspired. They all followed suit and created fiendish disasters in the other prefectures. Then, they took advantage of the chaos to attack the city and occupy it. After plundering it, they retreated. It was impossible to defend the affected city. If they defended the city forcefully, they would only suffer a great loss. Only by plundering the city and retreating could they maximize their benefits. For a time, among the 13 prefectures of the Great Zhao, 11 of them were hit by fiendish disasters. Only the prefectures that were not affected by the fiendish disasters were: one was the Middle State Prefecture. The other was the Baiyun Prefecture. Actually, the fiendish demons had also broken out of the seal in the Middle State Prefecture. However, the imperial family experts were guarding the Middle State Prefecture. Most of the Great Zhao experts were in the Middle State Prefecture. Therefore, the fiendish demons had not had the chance to create a fiendish disaster when they had just broken out of the seal. They were either suppressed or killed by the Great Zhao experts. As for the Baiyun Prefecture, there was no chance of creating a fiendish disaster there at all. The fiendish demons in the ordinary dominion, they had all been killed by Qin Shujian. Most of the fiendish demons in the true dominion had also been killed by him. As for the fiendish demons sealed in the great dominion of the spirit dominion, besides the guards guarding the place, there were also many backup plans left behind. The place was like an iron bucket, and any players who tried to barge in were all killed. That was not all. As long as any player who barged in and exposed their identity, they would be hunted down without exception. Such a situation, it was not just the Bayun prefecture. It was the same for the other prefectures. The fiendish seals in the Spirit Dominion and the Great Dominion were of the utmost importance in all prefectures. There was absolutely no room for any mishaps. At this moment, some people were impressed by the Marquis of Bayun's foresight. He had taken the initiative to kill the fiendish demons and put an end to the possibility of creating a fiendish disaster. This had caused the Bayun prefecture to remain calm from the beginning to the end. The situation had remained stable. Chapter 396. Boom. Shocking spirit energy spread out from the sky, and a vast fluctuation faintly spread throughout the new area. The deacon of the Origin sect who was ordered to guard the new area immediately sent someone to report this situation. Actually, there was no need for him to report. The place where Yuan Zhong was located was not too far away from the new region. It was half the distance of the ordinary realm. There was no lack of spirit martial realm experts in the Origin sect, and there were even a few god martial realm cultivators. Such a sudden change. However, it was caught by the experts in the sect as soon as it appeared. Immediately, some cultivators took to the air and rushed toward the new area. However, they were stopped by the experts of the Origin sect before they could enter the new area. No one is allowed to approach without the sect master's orders. Ran Yuan took a step forward and shouted loudly. Although he was a spirit god realm cultivator, he knew the person in front of him. It was a prominent sage realm guest elder. Regarding this, Ran Yuan wasn't afraid at all and directly stopped him. Hearing this, the prominent sage realm guest elder didn't descend and just cupped his hands in the air. Sorry to disturb you. After he finished speaking, he directly turned around and didn't intend to barge into the new area. The reason he came was, he was only attracted by the shocking spirit energy. With his knowledge, he could basically guess that a carnate spirit treasure would definitely be born in the new area. However, this guest elder didn't intend to seize the carnate spirit treasure. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was that he didn't dare to. Although Qin Shujian had left the sect for almost a year, his power was increasing day by day. He killed the Demon King in the Fallen Moon Mansion. He killed the Demon King in the North Cloud Mansion. Although the strength he displayed was enough to deter anyone. Especially after staying in the Origin sect for so long, he could feel how unfathomable the Origin sect was. Perhaps there was a backup plan left behind in the sect. He would completely fall out with the sect for a mere carnate spirit treasure. Only a fool would do such a thing. So what if the carnate spirit treasure was good? Under the premise that he didn't establish a sect. It was just slightly better than an ordinary spirit artifact. Strictly speaking, the difference wasn't too great. If he lost his life because of this, that was truly not worth it. In a courtyard, Zheng Fang was resting on a chair under the shade of a tree. The old man looked even more ordinary now. He did not exude the aura of a cultivator at all, nor did he exude the oppressive aura of a powerful cultivator. Instead, he gave off the feeling of a kind and amiable old man. When the spiritual qi in the new area exploded, Zheng Fang opened his closed eyelids, revealing a pair of eyes that were different from those of an ordinary old man. Instead, they were somewhat bright. Spirit qi explosion. An innate spiritual item has been born. He immediately thought of the source of the spiritual qi and where it came from. More than a year had passed since the birth of the Earth domain. Since the first time they sent people into the new area, they hadn't stopped the second batch of people from entering. This was because phase needed time to nurture. The laws of heaven and earth in that area had not yet completely stabilized. Under the rich spiritual energy, there were still many things in the process of being born. They had not been born together with the birth of the area. Now, there was an explosion of spiritual energy. This was equivalent to saying, finally, a Fae was born after the birth of the Earth domain, which caused a commotion. The birth of a Fae, it's time to explore the new area again. Zheng Fang sat up from the recliner and looked outside the courtyard. The sky was supposed to be clear and bright, but there was a different color in the sky. That was the phenomenon caused by the spiritual chi explosion. If it wasn't the time for a second exploration before, now that the innate spiritual item had been born, it meant that the time had come. Immediately, Zheng Fang directly summoned all the elders for a meeting in Chengwu Hall. Now that Qin Shujian was not here, his position as the great elder of technique imparting was equivalent to the position of the deputy sect master. To a certain extent, he also had the status of acting sect master. Therefore, naturally, he also had the right to summon all the elders for a meeting. Chengwu Hall. In addition to the elders from the main branch, each of the subsidiary branches had sent an elder to attend the meeting. Sitting at the end, it was Niu Dali who had been summoned for a meeting. To this sleepy bull demon really didn't want to attend such a meeting every time. But there was no other way. He was the only demon in the demon vein. Besides him, there wasn't even an extra demon. As for the demon beasts below, it wasn't easy for them to grow into real demons. Or rather, it was extremely difficult for demon beasts to transform into demons. Or else, there wouldn't be so many demon beasts in the endless mountain range that had reached the spirit martial realm or even the god martial realm. They still hadn't transformed. It was also because of this. In the demon vein, Niu Dali was both an elder and a disciple. He came and went. He alone dealt with all of them. Therefore, every time during the meeting, if Niu Dali didn't come, then no one in the demon vein could come. To this bull demon was also very helpless. But there was no other way. If he wanted to rely on a big tree like Yuan Zong, then he would have to pay the price. A simple meeting like this was already very good for him. If he had to charge and break through the enemy lines and fight, Niu Dali felt that it was more dangerous. After all, he was a peace-loving bull demon. He had never had any thoughts of fighting and killing. As for killing the variant humans before, it was completely because he was annoyed by the variant humans and Qin Shujian's coercion and threats that he had no choice but to do so. As for Niu Dali's absent-mindedness, the others didn't care too much. The human clan and the demon clan were always different. Although they didn't have any prejudice against this bull demon in the Yuan sect, they didn't have much in common. Fortunately, he only liked to sleep. They were also happy to see that. As for calling him to every meeting, it was just that they didn't want to treat him differently. No matter what. Niu Dali was also an elder of the Yuan sect. There were some things they still had to inform him. Otherwise, it would be too much of a bully. No, it should be too much of a bully. After everyone had arrived, Zheng Fang sat in the first seat to the left of the main seat. He looked at everyone and said while stroking his beard, "Elders, you all should be very clear about the spiritual chi explosion in the new area just now." Of course. Hearing this, the others didn't hesitate too much and all nodded in reply. Qiu Ping asked, "First Elder, are you planning to organize people to explore the new area a second time?" He was the branch master of the Wind bloodline and an inner sect elder of the Yuan sect. He knew a lot of things in his heart. This time, Zheng Fang had gathered everyone. Qiu Ping vaguely knew that this must have something to do with the spiritual qi explosion in the new area. Hearing this, Zheng Fang didn't deny it and said calmly, "It has been more than a year since the last exploration of the new area. During this period of time, the spiritual qi in that area is extremely dense. Coupled with the birth of the innate spiritual items, the spiritual items should be almost ready to be nurtured." While speaking, he paused for a moment and took a deep breath like an ordinary old man. Then, he continued, "Therefore, I have decided that we will explore the new area again in 3 days. Any participating disciples will be able to enter as long as they pay the corresponding contribution points like last time." After speaking, Niu Feng said in a deep voice, "The second exploration of the new area shouldn't be 5,000 contribution points, right? The first exploration had the most treasures. Therefore, it was acceptable to charge 5,000 contribution points." It would be unreasonable if he were to charge another 5,000 contribution points for the second time. Zheng Fang said, the second exploration naturally won't charge 5,000 contribution points. Every disciple only needs to pay 3,000 contribution points. Do we have to report this to the sect master? An elder asked hesitantly. Exploring the new area wasn't a small matter. If they acted on their own and something happened, then they would have to bear the consequences. Zheng Fang glanced at the elder. It was supposed to be a normal glance, but the elder felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, and it was like great terror had arisen in his heart. However, it was like a casual glance. When Zheng Fang moved his gaze away, the elder instantly felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The scene from before had come and gone quickly, and he'd almost mistaken it for a misperception. However, based on the powerful senses of a domain-enlightened spirit god, that feeling from before, it was absolutely impossible for it to be a misperception. In other words, perhaps the strength of the Grand Elder who kept a low profile had already arrived at an extremely terrifying realm. But when he thought about it, however, he felt that it was impossible. After all, Zheng Fang's original strength was only ordinary. As Yuan Zhong advanced to level 5, the Elder had also advanced to the airborne realm. However, no matter how strong an airborne realm cultivator was, it was impossible for him to be so strong. After all, those who could become Yuan Zhong's elders were basically at the second or third tier of the domain-enlightened spirit god realm. He was close to the airborne realm. He was only one step away. No one knew what was going on in the elder's mind. Zheng Fang withdrew his gaze and continued to say calmly, I've already sent a message to the sect master about the news of the birth of an innate spirit item in the new area. I believe that it won't be long before the corresponding news is sent back. I'll send the message now to avoid any delays in entering the new area and other problems. In the hall, although Zheng Fang's voice wasn't loud, there was an inexplicable power in it that easily covered all the other voices. As for this decision, the others didn't raise any objections. Since this matter had been sent to Qin Shujian, then the biggest problem could be considered to be solved. The rest of the time, since Zheng Fang was the Grand Elder, then he had the corresponding authority. If they were to openly go against him for the sake of entering the new area, then there would definitely be no benefits. Moreover, being able to enter the new area had many benefits for them. Even if they couldn't enter themselves, then the disciples under them could enter as well. Chapter 397. The birth of a carnate spiritual object. Qin Shujian, who had been running around the True Dominion to kill the evil spirits, received the news from Zheng Fang. He could not help but stop in his tracks. He was not too surprised by this news. It was impossible to explore a new district in one go. Some treasures would not appear immediately after the birth of the district. Instead, they would settle down and only appear after a certain period of time. Based on Qin Shujian's understanding of the new district, in the next 10 years, treasures would appear one after another in that district. It was just a matter of how many there were. As for this news, he did not pay much attention to it. Since a new district had appeared, he could just send disciples in to search for it. After all, he could still harvest a wave of contribution points to prevent the sect disciples from having too many contribution points and having nowhere to spend them. As for the resources that would land in the hands of the sect disciples, that would also increase the strength of the entire sect. No matter how one looked at it, there were no disadvantages. In Qin Shujian's opinion, there were many things that he was no longer obsessed with immediate benefits. It was because of short-term benefits. It was no longer of much use to him now. Only things that were long-term, stable, and sustainable were what Qin Shujian needed. Although he had easily harvested over the past 6 months, the sect disciples might not be able to provide him with a source of life even if they spent a few years. However, things like the evil spirits, unless the Fiend Abyss launched a large-scale attack, there would be one less evil spirit in the Great Zhao country. As for the birth of the district, it would only happen once in a few decades. Under such circumstances, how many evil spirits could there be? After this wave of evil spirits was killed, the main source of life would still come from the sect disciples. In that case, the stronger the sect disciples were, the better. As long as the sect disciples were strong enough, every day, they would lie at home and the source of life would come rolling in. There would be no need to do things personally as the sect master, which would make him seem very busy. At the thought of this, Qin Shujian could not help but lament, when will they be able to work harder and not let me, the sect master, go out to fight every day and have a good rest? However, on second thought, there was still a long way to go to achieve this. Strictly speaking, Yuan sect's overall strength wasn't considered weak. Although it was not as good as the top sects, it was comparable to the sects of the major regions. To be able to become a sect in a major region, basically, it took thousands of years or even thousands of years of accumulation to achieve the strength they had today. From the beginning to the end, Yuan sect had only been established for about 3 years. A sect that had been established in 3 years. To be able to compare with other sects that had existed for 1 or 2,000 years was already very impressive. However, for Qin Shujian at this stage, he had no choice. He hadn't fully experienced it yet. The long lifespan of a cultivator was filled with the feeling of the vicissitudes of time. His previous life and the time he had lived in this life. In total, it was less than 30 years. For a person who was not even 30 years old to have thousands of years of accumulation, it was undoubtedly a fantasy. Furthermore, the real reason why Qin Shujian felt that Sky Origin sect's strength was insufficient was because the current situation was progressing too quickly. He thought about it carefully. Ever since he came to this world, there had always been wicked people who wanted to harm him. There was no need to talk about the players. After he had defeated almost all the players in his territory, an evil fiend had been born. After the evil fiend had been defeated, then, there had been disputes between sects. Strictly speaking, these were not considered a big deal. In the end, everything was fine. The feudal lords rebelled, the human emperor passed away, and the demon beasts wreaked havoc. The demon clan was about to start a war with the human clan at any time. All these things happened one after another, making Qin Shujian feel that his strength was not enough. Or rather, just when he had thought that his strength was about the same, something had happened a few months later, which had clearly told him that his strength was still far from enough. Such a change, this also made Qin Shujian feel somewhat helpless. Therefore, even though Yuan sect's strength was not bad now, in his opinion, the speed at which he harvested life sources was still too slow. However, after wiping out the true Dominion evil fiends in the Baiyun prefecture this time, Qin Shujian reckoned that he would not lack any life sources in the near future. When the time came and he advanced to the divine martial realm, he would rely on his array Dao Grandmaster techniques and the many Dao artifacts of Yuan sect. He felt that, even if a demon king really came, he would be able to fight the other party. Whether he could defeat the demon king or not was another matter. However, he would not be unable to fight back. In addition, he had the backing of Marquis Baiyun. As long as he did not seek death, he would be very safe in the near future. He suppressed the thoughts in his mind. Qin Shujian followed the information given to him by Marquis Baiyun in his mind and finally stepped into another true dominion. After running around, there were only 3 true dominion evil fiends that had not been completely eradicated. As for the devil calamity in the other prefectures, he had also received the news. Others might not know who the culprit was, but according to Qin Shujian's own guess, there was a high chance that it had something to do with players. After all, both the rebels and the imperial court did not want a devil calamity to happen. This was because once the devil calamity appeared, wherever the devil chi invaded, it would turn into a devil domain and cause the extinction of living beings. This was a method of mutual destruction. No one would do this unless they were truly in a desperate situation. Although the various parties were fighting fiercely now, they were all in a stalemate. There was absolutely no reason for them to do such a thing. After thinking about it, only the players would do such a thing. As long as there were benefits to be gained, the players would not care about the dangers of the devil calamity. Qin Shujian did not care too much about this matter. There were so many players in the world. There would always be some people who could do something shocking. He could control one, but he couldn't control the second. As time passed, Many players had reached the peak of the true martial realm and some had entered the spiritual god realm. Based on the number of players, to be honest, Qin Shujian really did not want to stir up a hornet's nest. He also did not want to be too active in case he attracted the attention of a large number of players. He had to keep a low profile. Before the players had been able to communicate with each other using the teleportation array, he could still kill them happily. Now that there were teleportation arrays, if millions of players came over, Qin Shujian also had to consider how to retreat in a more dignified manner. This was a fact that he had to admit. The more time passed, the more useful the players were. Unless there was a way to really threaten the players, these players would still act unscrupulously. Even if there were some scruples, it was impossible to really keep them in check. Perhaps, there really is a way to kill the players. At this point, Qin Shujian no longer completely regarded this as a game world. Although the players would not die, nothing was absolute. He could not help but have a thought in his mind. Perhaps the players were not really immortal. It was just that he had not found a way to completely kill the players. Of course, it wasn't as if Qin Shujian hadn't thought of using rewards to tempt some players to kill the people they wanted to kill in real life. However, he did not do so. Once this matter was exposed, as the sect master of Yuan sect, he would definitely become a thorn in the side of all the players. He would even be viewed as an enemy by all the players. After all, no one would tolerate it. A so-called NPC would threaten their safety in the real world. In this way, no one could guarantee that in the real world, there would not be someone who had received a mission and then assassinated him. At that time, everyone would be in danger. Moreover, Qin Shujian also discovered that the NPCs here actually did not have much understanding of the real world behind the players. If he were to set a precedent, he would officially become a heretic in the eyes of the players. At that time, not to mention that he was an array guru, even if he was a diviner, when faced with the siege of endless players, there was no possibility of surviving. Therefore, although Qin Shujian had thought of this method in his heart, he had never implemented it. Because that was a Pandora's box. Once he did so, the players would definitely go crazy. As for spreading this matter, Qin Shujian could not guarantee that it would not cause any terrible consequences. Anyway, before he broke the pot and fell, he did not intend to fight to the death with the players. There were many players in Yuan sect now. To put it bluntly, Yuan sect could be considered as half a player sect now. The players under him could get what they wanted in the sect and could also happily provide him with a source of life. Why wouldn't Qin Shujian do it? Therefore, he had never thought of breaking this hornet's nest now. If in the future he really went overboard, or if he was strong enough, Qin Shujian felt, he would properly teach the players the principles of how to be a person. Although he had thoughts in his heart, Qin Shujian's speed was not slow at all. Not long after, a fortress that was not inferior to Dongla Fort in size had already appeared in his line of sight. The moment he saw Qin Shujian, someone on the fortress immediately asked, "Are you Sect Master Qin of Yuan Sect?" "It's me. Sect Master Qin, please show your token so that we can confirm your identity." After receiving Qin Shujian's confirmation, the general on the fortress was a little excited. However, to be safe, he did not immediately open the gate of the fortress. Hearing this, Qin Shujian did not say anything. He directly took out the token from the storage ring and then used his vital essence to shoot it toward the fortress wall. Very soon, after the general on the wall verified the authenticity of the token, he immediately turned around and went down the city. At the same time, he sent someone to inform the commander of the fortress. Rumble. The gate opened and a group of guards walked out from inside. A general walked at the front and handed back the token with both hands. Then he said with a smile on his face, "Sect Master Qin is finally here. We have been waiting for you for a long time." Chapter 398. Everyone knew. Qin Shujian hunted demons everywhere. And the stronghold was the place where demons were sealed. As long as demons did not exist, there was no need for the stronghold to exist. For the soldiers guarding the stronghold. Guarding the stronghold for years was boring and unbearable. There was no room for advancement. After years, they were still in the same place. It could be said that guarding the stronghold was a tough job that no one was willing to do. Although the stronghold was safer than other places. Even if there was a war, no one would transfer the stronghold's forces to support. But most of the people who chose to be soldiers wanted to make contributions, get promoted, and get rich. If it was just for stability, there was no need to come here. As for fear of death, there was a very good saying. If you were afraid of death, you would not be a soldier. And guarding the stronghold was not 100% safe. It was okay if there was no problem with the seal. Once there was a problem, it would be a death situation. For various reasons. So after hearing the news that Qin Shujian was killing demons everywhere, these people were so excited. At this moment, they felt like they had been waiting for the stars and the moon. Finally, the person they had been waiting for came. On the other side, Yuan sect was also organizing people to carry out a new round of exploration. But this time, some sects had come. In the Chengwu Hall, Qing Shu, the master of the Blue Cloud sect, was sitting in the hall. This former peak of the real martial realm cultivator had entered the spirit martial realm after a year or two of polishing. After all, the other party's foundation was not weak. Under the impact of the spiritual qi, it was not difficult to break through the original shackles. After breaking through to the spirit martial realm, his lifespan had increased a lot from the original foundation. Although he did not rejuvenate, his temperament was more ethereal. Coupled with his white hair and youthful appearance, he was more like an immortal. However, now this immortal old Taoist with a slight smile on his face seemed to be a little restless. For some reason, Zheng Fang in front of him was not much different from him. He had met the first elder of Yuan sect once before. At that time, although the other party was not weak, he was not as strong as he was now. He did not reveal his strength, but he was still able to give him an extremely strong pressure. There was a long silence. Qing Shu coughed lightly and took the initiative to break the silence. Elder Zheng, I came here this time because I heard that your sect plans to explore the new area for the second time. My Blue Cloud sect also hopes to get a place to enter. Even if I have to pay a certain price, it won't be a problem. He had originally intended to be more tactful. But now, he no longer had such thoughts. It was not so much a euphemism. It was better to be direct. Hearing this, Zheng Fang stroked his beard and said with a faint smile, Qing Shu sect master should know that when the new earth domain was born, several demons came out of the demon abyss. In the end, it was my sect master who paid a huge price to destroy them. Otherwise, that new area would have already become a demonic land. I naturally understand. Qing Shu cupped his hands and said with a smile. He was just taking these words for granted. Whoever took them seriously would be a fool. When the new Earth domain was born, the Blue Cloud sect also had people watching the battle. Although Qin Shujian also took action, it was mainly the imperial court that paid the price. But now, the situation was better than the people. Whatever the other side said, it was what they said. As for Zheng Fang's words, Qing Shu saw the hope of getting a place. But in his opinion, if he wanted to get this place, he was afraid that the price he had to pay was not small. Zheng Fang said, Qing Shu sect, it's good that you understand. My sect paid a great price for the new Earth domain. Now that all the dangers in the new Earth domain have been settled, the Blue Cloud sect asking for a place to explore really puts me in a difficult position. The Blue Cloud sect has always been on good terms with your sect. Naturally, I understand that your sect is not easy. So I'm willing to pay 1,000,000 taels of silver in exchange for a place to enter the new Earth domain. 1,000,000 taels of silver. Zheng Fang's eyes flickered and the smile on his face became a little more eager. Immediately, after thinking for a while, he said, since Qing Shu sect master insists, then I'll refuse again. It will inevitably damage the relationship between our two sects. Hearing this, Qing Shu's face had already revealed a smile. As long as he could get a place to enter the new Earth domain. 1,000,000 taels of silver. In exchange for a place to enter. As for the candidates for the place, he had already prepared them. They were the most outstanding disciples of this generation of the Blue Cloud sect. In terms of strength, they were not much worse than the current disciples of the Yuan sect. When they entered the New Earth domain, as long as they could find 1 or 2 treasures, 1,000,000 taels of silver would not be worth mentioning. If they could get an innate spiritual item, the Blue Cloud sect might be able to rise from a second-class force to a third-class force. When that time comes, the strength of the entire sect would increase a lot. For the sake of the friendship between our two sects, this time the Yuan sect will give the Blue Cloud sect 10 places, a discount of 5,000,000 taels of silver will do. Qing Shu was a little stunned. 10 places. This was completely beyond his expectations. 10 places, 5,000,000 taels of silver. Qing Shu suddenly smiled bitterly in his heart. He somewhat understood why Zheng Fang agreed so readily. The more people entering the New Earth domain, the better. This was because with each additional person, the cost would increase. Accordingly, if the cost increased, it would be more difficult to get back the money. Not everyone would be able to reap the rewards, and not everyone would be able to keep the rewards if they were to reap the rewards. This time Qing Shu planned to take the elite route, only in exchange for a place, and then let that disciple go in to collect the treasures. But now Zheng Fang directly gave him 10 places, especially the other party specially gave him a discount. In this case, he had no way to refuse. Or else, that was equivalent to disrespecting the other party. For the Blue Cloud sect, this was not a good thing. Originally, he only intended to offer 1,000,000 taels of silver. But now there was an extra 4,000,000 taels of silver. Qing Shu could only accept it helplessly. Seeing this, Zheng Fang also had a smile on his face as he said, "My sect will enter the new area in 2 days' time to explore. At that time, Qing Shu sect master can bring your sect's people over. However, I hope that we can settle the payment in advance. Elder Zheng, don't worry, I will give you the 5,000,000 taels of silver the day after tomorrow." After Qing Shu finished, he directly got up and left. Zheng Fang also got up and sent someone to send him out of the Yuan sect. But this time, the arrival of the Blue Cloud sect gave him an idea. Compared to the first exploration of the New Earth domain, the number of treasures in the second exploration was much less. Just like before, the scene of innate spiritual objects everywhere was impossible. According to Zheng Fang's estimation, the number of innate spiritual objects in the New Earth domain was definitely not more than a handful. But so far, there were more than 2,000 disciples in the Yuan sect who were preparing to enter the New Earth domain. Basically, 95% of the treasures in the New Earth domain could not escape the hands of the Yuan sect. This way, it gave Zheng Fang the idea of maximizing the benefits. Perhaps these years of following Qin Shujian had influenced him a lot. And as the Great Elder, in the absence of the sect master, he was also involved in the internal and external affairs of the sect. He could understand how much consumption was needed to maintain such a sect. So, after Qing Shu's arrival, Zheng Fang already had the idea of selling the places to enter the New Earth domain. Soon, a piece of news spread out. All the sects in the Liang Mountain domain all received the message from the Yuan sect. 5,000,000 taels of silver. It could be exchanged for 10 places to enter the New Earth domain. No bargaining. After this news spread out, it immediately attracted the attention of the other sects. These sects had long coveted the places of the New Earth domain in the Yuan sect's hands. However, with the Yuan sect in control, they did not dare to take action even if they had any ideas. In the Liang Mountain domain's cultivation world, the Yuan sect was fully deserving of the title of Big Brother Dragon. Speaking of which, the Yuan sect was the one who kept his word in all the spirit domains in the North Cloud Manor. Therefore, although these sects were very tempted by the New Earth domain, no one dared to force their way in or snatch the places. However, it was different now. The Yuan sect's public sale of the places of entry immediately made these sects have lively thoughts. Was 5,000,000 taels of silver a lot? A lot. To these sects, which were considered spirit domain sects on the surface, but were actually not much different from the true Dominion sects, taking out 5 million taels of silver could be described as a loss to them. However, although 5 million taels of silver was a lot, to many sects, it was more important to exchange for the places to enter the New Earth domain. The scene of the birth of the innate spiritual object a few days ago had already spread throughout the Liang Mountain domain. To the sects and powers, if they could obtain an innate spiritual object to suppress the light from providence, they might be able to upgrade their original power level. This was not a wild guess. Currently, apart from the Yuan sect, most of the sects and powers in the Liang Mountain domain were second-class powers. One more innate spiritual object or one less innate spiritual object could affect the upgrade of a power. Spending 5 million taels of silver to enter the New Earth domain. If they did not obtain anything, they would naturally lose everything. However, if they were lucky enough to obtain an innate spiritual object, even 50 million taels of silver would not be enough to exchange for it, let alone 5 million taels of silver. The upgrade of a power level, it would not be as simple as one or two people obtaining good fortune. It would affect everyone in the sect. Although the chances of obtaining an innate spiritual object were slim, however, it was still possible. Spending 5 million taels of silver to obtain a chance to upgrade one's power was an irresistible temptation in the eyes of many people. Therefore, after the Yuan sect spread the news, all the sects in the Liang Mountain domain started to prepare their taels of silver and choose suitable people to enter the New Earth domain in 2 days. Blue Cloud sect. When Qing Shu received this news, he was also stunned for a moment. However, he quickly recovered. No matter how many powers entered the New Earth domain, it would not have much of an impact on the Blue Cloud sect. Chapter 399. There was news of the birth of a carnate spirit item in the new district. It wasn't just the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate. The other spirit protectorates and even the great protectorates received the news as well. It was fine for the itinerant cultivators. To them, a carnate spirit item was just a slightly stronger spirit weapon that could grow. Furthermore, a carnate spirit item had to grow into a powerful spirit weapon. It would easily take hundreds or even thousands of years. For ordinary cultivators, a few hundred years was still fine. If it took thousands of years, they might have already died a few times. Therefore, a carnate spirit item wasn't very attractive to them. However, while a carnate spirit item wasn't very attractive to itinerant cultivators, it was very attractive to the sects. The large sects of the Spirit Protectorate and the Great Protectorate, which had Dao artifacts, naturally wouldn't covet a carnate spirit item too much. However, for ordinary sects that only had one or two spirit weapons, they desired a carnate spirit item too much. One more spirit item. One less spirit item. To them, it was perhaps the difference between being able to upgrade their faction or not. Therefore, when Yuan Zong spread the news to the large sects of the Spirit Mountain Spirit Protectorate that they could exchange silver taels for a spot to enter the new district, the sects of the other districts were also tempted. Unfortunately, the prerequisite for paying 5 million taels of silver for a spot was that they had to be from the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate. If they weren't from the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate or other factions, they had to pay 20 million taels of silver to obtain 10 spots. Immediately, the sects of the other districts hesitated. 20 million taels of silver. The sects of the True Dominion were immediately extinguished. To them, even if they emptied their entire family's fortune, they might not be able to pay this amount. Even if they did, the entire sect would become an empty shell. It would be fine if they could obtain a carnate spirit item. However, if they couldn't obtain anything, that would be a total loss. The sects of the True Dominion couldn't afford this price. The ordinary sects of the Spirit Protectorate and the Great Protectorate were also hesitant. 20 million taels of silver. They could pay this amount. However, once they took it out, it would be enough to cause serious damage to their essence chi. Regarding this, Yuan Zong wasn't anxious at all. He had a new district in his hands and his attitude was very firm. After all, it wasn't every place. They all had the right to have a new district. If the Great Jiao was a world, then the border of the world was the endless mountain range. No one knew how long and large the endless mountain range was. They only knew that the majority of the Great Jiao border was surrounded by the endless mountain range. In this way, even if there were regions, it would have nothing to do with the human race. It would only be the demon race's business. Very few people would charge into the endless mountain range to snatch things from the demon clan. As for places like the Liang Mountain Spirit Realm that were not completely covered by the endless mountain range, they were able to give birth to new ordinary realms. Therefore, although it could be said that every once in a while, a new region would be born. But in reality, there weren't many regions that could be truly created. One could imagine how precious this new piece of land in Yuanzong's hands was. If it was any other sect, even the great sects of the large regions did not have the ability to occupy a new region by themselves. Only someone like Yuanzong would do something like this. Only a force that was comparable to a top sect could withstand the pressure from all sides and directly control a region. To the people of Yuan sect, the new earth domain is within me. If you want to enter, you just have to pay. But if he wanted to enter without paying, he could just think about it. In the face of such an attitude, some sects could only retreat. But at the same time, there were also sects that gritted their teeth and were willing to use 20 million taels of silver to fight for a chance to obtain the innate spiritual item. But to be able to take out so much silver, basically, they were sects that had hundreds or even thousands of years of heritage. They were sects that were above the spirit realm. After all, the higher the region, the more vast it was. The region was vast. The more resources each sect could obtain, the more they would be able to obtain. Soon, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, cultivators from all sects gathered in the Liang Mountain Spirit Realm. Often, people could be seen flying in the sky. They were either alone or with their disciples. Naturally, this attracted the attention of many people. After all, although the Liang Mountain Spirit Realm was a spirit realm, there were no cultivators that could reach the airborne realm other than Yuan sect. The strongest. They were just people like Qing Shu and Gui Haichuan who had just broken through the shackles of the true martial realm and were still at the first level of the spiritual martial realm. But when these cultivators were heading to Liang Mountain City, they all consciously lowered their bodies and walked into the city on foot. Of course, there were also some who wanted to try to fly into the city, but they were all suppressed by the forbidden sky formation and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Seeing this, some of the people who had other thoughts in their hearts also suppressed their own thoughts. Boom! A carriage broke through the air. The one pulling the carriage was a demonic beast with 2 horns, green eyes, and 4 hooves that looked like fiery clouds. When the carriage streaked across the sky, it left behind a faint trace of flames. A terrifying aura also spread out from the demonic beast. Hiss! This demonic beast can't be in the airborne realm. The Green Eyes Fire Cloud Beast is a demonic beast cultivated by the Fang family of the Northern Mountain Grand region. It seems that this time, it should be someone from the Fang family. At this time, the knowledgeable people explained. Hearing this, some people were puzzled, while others were shocked. The Fang family of the Northern Mountain Grand region, someone said solemnly. In the cultivation world, there were sects and aristocratic families. Similar to the sects, which accepted everyone and taught everyone regardless of background, the aristocratic families were more old-fashioned and focused on the inheritance of their own bloodline. Unless the disciple had the bloodline of the aristocratic families. Or else, anyone who wanted to enter the aristocratic families could at most be a guest or a consecrator. As for others, they could at most become servants. It was impossible to truly enter the core of the aristocratic families. In this way, it was also destined that the aristocratic families did not have as many people as the sects. However, because the bloodline left behind by the strong had all kinds of magic, even if they were to cultivate, they would be much faster than ordinary cultivators. Therefore, although there were not many people in the aristocratic families, in terms of the number of strong people, they were not inferior to the sects. Some powerful aristocratic families, they were even much stronger than the ordinary sects. Among them was the Fang family. It was a famous aristocratic family in the Northern Mountain Grand region. Rumor has it that the Fang family was once a family passed down by a powerful person. Its foundation is really extraordinary. It can actually pull such a demonic beast. Seeing the carriage land in front of the city gate, someone also sighed with emotion. The green eyes fire cloud beast. Those who could pull a carriage in the air were at least in the airborne realm. Even in the large sects of the spirit realm, the airborne realm was considered the backbone of the combat strength. In the absence of the prominent saint realm, the airborne realm was the strongest. But in the Fang family, they were only used to pull carriages. Although such demonic beasts were not good at fighting and killing, and if they did not use the ability to fly, even spirit god realm cultivators might not be able to defeat them. But in the end, it was still an airborne realm demonic beast. Just this point alone was enough to show off. Hearing this, someone sneered and said, "So what if the Fang family is powerful? In the front of Liangshan City, they will obediently follow the carriage. In my opinion, the aristocratic families are not worth mentioning in front of the origin sect." Hearing this, Li Changsho said. Many people fell silent. That's right. Although the Fang family was powerful, that powerful person had fallen many years ago. The strongest person in the Fang family was only at the peak of the divine martial realm. It was not certain if they could have a diviner. In comparison, the origin sect had Qin Shujian, the reincarnation of a powerful person, holding down the fort. It could be said to be at the peak of its power. It would be fine if the two were not compared. But in comparison, the Fang family was just SOSO. As long as Qin Shujian was there, not to mention one Fang family, even 3 or 5 Fang families might not be able to cause any trouble. After all, the aristocratic families might have trump cards. But a powerful reincarnation of a powerful person would definitely have trump cards unknown to others. And the other party's battle record was not weak at all. He could severely injure demons at their peak and also kill monster kings of the monster race. No matter how one looked at it, Qin Shujian's strength was enough to be described as shocking. The carriage stopped. Several young people came out and walked into the city. As for the blue-eyed fire cloud beast, it quietly stayed where it was without moving. This is Liangshan City. It doesn't look like much. The city is not big either. It's really disappointing. Among the few people, 2 of them looked at the Liangshan city in front of them and shook their heads as they commented. In their opinion, the Liangshan city in front of them was the smallest among all the sects and cities in the big regions. At this time, the leader shouted coldly, "It doesn't matter how tall a mountain is. It's as long as there is an immortal. So what if Liangshan city is big or small? With sect leader Qin here, this is a holy land." As he said this, he turned around and coldly glanced at the few people. "This is not the Fang family. Behave yourselves. If you offend Yuan Zong, the Fang family will not be able to protect you." His cold and harsh tone immediately made the few people behind him shut their mouths. Seeing this, Fang Peng felt somewhat helpless, but he did not say anything more on this issue. The Fang family was not as good as it used to be. Especially after the loss of the 2 most precious treasures of the family, their luck had dropped by a lot. Or else, when Yuan Zong gave out the quota to enter the new area, the Fang family would not have spent 20 million taels of silver in exchange for a chance to enter the new area. It was because they had no other choice but to do so. If they could not obtain 1 or 2 innate spiritual items to replenish their luck, the family's luck would continue to decline. In the long run, they might not even be able to retain their current status. A long time of prosperity will eventually decline. This sentence involuntarily appeared in Fang Peng's mind. Back then, the Fang family could be said to be at its peak and was comparable to the top sects. Now, even the sects of the big regions were slightly inferior. The difference between them, this was the only way to describe it. Following the arrival of the Fang family in Liangshan City, other sects, forces, and even aristocratic families followed suit. For a time, Liangshan City was originally a place where experts gathered. Instantly, the number of powerhouses increased. Chapter 400. Within the city governor's estate. Because Qin Shujian wasn't here, as the Grand Elder, Zheng Fang had temporarily taken over the position of sect master and met with the other sects and powers. As for Zheng Fang, all those who were able to come here weren't unfamiliar with him. This Grand Elder of the Sky Origin School could be considered to possess quite a reputation. I'm very relieved that all of you were able to come here today, so I'll get straight to the point. The laws of the heavens and the earth in the new area haven't stabilized yet, so if someone with a cultivation that's too strong enters, then it would be unavoidable to cause harm. At the seat of the host, Zheng Fang gazed at all of them, and then he cupped his hands slightly before speaking frankly. So, amongst the cultivators that are entering this time, no one is allowed to surpass the airborne realm, and the strongest is at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. As soon as these words were spoken, most of them had calm expressions, but there were some whose expressions changed slightly. Elder Zheng, it has only been 2 years since the new area was born, and it can even accommodate cultivators at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Now, it's only restricted to the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Isn't it a little inappropriate? Someone instantly refuted. After that, someone else chimed in as well. To all of them. They'd already calculated the limits of the new area, and then they'd arranged for people at that realm to come here. Now, Sky Origin School's actions could be said to have completely disrupted their plans. Zheng Fang's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently, "The new area has always been under the control of my sect, so my sect is extremely well aware of the changes. Domain enlightened spirit god realm cultivators can enter at most, and cultivators above this realm aren't allowed to enter." When he spoke up to here, he glanced at those cultivators from the sects that spoke and spoke. "If you don't want to go, then you can take your people and leave right now. I'll absolutely not stop you." It was a simple glance. Yet it emanated an extremely strong pressure. It wasn't a big deal for cultivators at the God Martial realm, but ordinary cultivators at the domain enlightened spirit god realm felt indescribably threatened by this glance. When they heard these words, the expressions of those people that spoke against it instantly became unsightly. Zheng Fang was clearly trying to tell them now. Pay the money and obtain a spot. Then turn around and leave. If it was any other sect, these people would have turned hostile a long time ago. But when they thought about how it was Sky Origin School, they suppressed the flames of their hearts. There was no other way. They were not afraid of ordinary sects. However, these sects were still fearful of a top-notch sect like Yuan sect. However, it wasn't like everyone didn't care about the 20 million taels of silver. Therefore, after Zheng Fang finished speaking, a person from a sect immediately stood up, cupped his hands and said, "My sect will not participate in this matter. Goodbye. My sect won't participate either. Goodbye." After the first person left, a second and third person soon followed suit. Regarding this, Zheng Fang's figure remained motionless. He did not waver in the slightest because of these people's departure. Compared to the many sects and forces in the hall, only a few sects had left. Seeing those sects leaving, many people sneered in their hearts. He just had to use his brain to think. Everyone knew that it was impossible for the Yuan sect to allow cultivators above the airborne realm to enter the new area. Why didn't he take a look at the standards of the disciples of Yuan sect right now? He was able to fly. They were all elders at the very least. Let these elders enter and compete with the disciples of the various sects for treasures. Not to mention anything else. Just the loss of face alone was enough. So, only the disciples of the Yuan sect could enter the new area this time. However, the strongest disciple of the Yuan sect was only at the domain spirit god realm. In that case, it was destined that the cultivators of the other sects and forces that could enter the new area would only be at the domain spirit god realm at most. After all, it was impossible for the Yuan sect to allow cultivators above the domain spirit god realm to enter for the sake of some silver. That was no different than giving away the treasures within the new area. So, most of the sects and forces present here were preparing to enter the new area this time. Only some people who were pretending to be smart would think of taking advantage of this. Moreover, in the eyes of the other sects and forces, these people were pretending to be smart and might bring harm to themselves. The Yuan sect had been established for a few years. All the powers that wanted to take advantage of the Yuan sect had been completely uprooted now. Even if they succeeded, none of them would be able to escape when the Yuan sect came to settle the score with them. Not to mention, it was fine if they didn't come, but now that they'd come and left, it was unavoidable that they'd embarrassed the Yuan sect. No matter what, it was impossible for them to gain any benefits. After a short moment, no one in the hall stood up. A warm smile appeared on Zheng Fang's face instead. In his opinion, the situation before him was within his expectations. Xu Yuanming spoke from the side instead, and he smiled faintly. Those who have objections have left. Everyone else, pay up. Pay up first. Only then would they be able to enter the new area. The members of the other powers didn't say anything when they heard this, and they withdrew the corresponding silver notes and passed it over to Xu Yuanming. It was easily a few million or even a few tens of millions of silver. It was impossible to convert all of it into cash, and they could only use silver notes to replace it. After all, if it was converted into cash, then they would have to fill up a storage ring. Moreover, it wasn't convenient to pay up. However, these powers didn't have the intention to give the entire storage ring to the Yuan sect. No matter what, a storage ring was extremely valuable as well. If so much silver wasn't enough, then they would have to pay for a storage ring as well. That would be a huge loss. The rest of the process was very simple. After they paid up, after that, they could enter the new area with the members of the Yuan sect. Many powers had paid the price of 10 spots. However, only a few people had truly entered the new area. Only some sects and powers could fill up 10 spots. Most of the aristocratic families couldn't fill it up. There was nothing they could do about it. The Yuan sect only sold 10 spots, and it was a fixed 10 spots. Either they bought it, or they didn't buy it. For some powers, it wasn't necessary to pay too much for people to enter the new area. Too many people would make them a bigger target. On the contrary, it was easier to get treasures by sending some elite disciples in. Besides that, it could also reduce some unnecessary losses. After all, it would be a loss if they recklessly filled up the number of disciples and lost a few of them. After all, nurturing disciples, it wasn't an easy thing to do. However, when they saw the dense crowd of 2,000 to 3,000 people in the Yuan sect, the corners of their eyes twitched violently. They suddenly felt that. Don't you think I have too few people? The number of people on the other side was a little too much. However, now that the money had been paid and the number of people had been fixed, there was nothing they could do about it. Fang Peng's expression was slightly solemn as he looked at the numerous Yuan sect disciples, and then he sent a voice transmission. After today, all of you follow me closely and don't act on your own. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you if you die in there. Yes. As for the other Fang clan disciples, they nodded in response. To tell the truth, the 2,000 to 3,000 Yuan sect disciples had shocked them. Although only a few of them were at the domain enlightened spirit god realm, most of them were at the true martial realm. However, there were really too many of them. Before they reached the airborne realm, even though domain enlightened spirit god realm cultivators were formidable, the gap between them and true martial realm cultivators wasn't too great. A domain enlightened spirit god realm cultivator could deal with a few or a dozen true martial realm cultivators. Then when their divine sense was exhausted, the domain enlightened spirit god realm cultivator would be no different from a true martial realm cultivator. So long as there were 10 to 20 outer aura realm cultivators, it was enough to crush a domain enlightened spirit god realm cultivator. If they didn't break through to the airborne realm, this gap wouldn't reach the point of transformation. However, when they looked at Fang Peng who stood before them, they calmed down slightly. Fang Peng's strength could be considered to be at the top of the younger generation of the Fang clan. Otherwise, the Fang clan wouldn't let him lead the group. In terms of strength, even though Fang Peng was at the domain enlightened spirit god realm, he had a record of killing airborne realm cultivators. Such a person who could surmount a realm to kill an enemy in the spirit martial realm could be considered a genius. After that, when Zheng Fang gave the order, Zhong Wuji's expression changed. All the Yuan sect disciples were the first to enter the freshman area. As for the other forces, they weren't willing to fall behind. Even though they entered sooner or later, a slight difference in time was very difficult to change anything. However, one step ahead, one step ahead. In the end, it was a good thing to enter before the others. Boom! The lightning blade tore through the sky, and a 60 m tall demon screamed in pain. At the same time, its body exploded, and blood gushed out madly like a fountain. In the next instant, it was the bright king hellfire that burned and completely enveloped it. As more and more demons were refined, and the origin returning ancestral canon had advanced to perfection. The power of the bright king hellfire. It was also gradually becoming stronger. Within the red flames, endless killing intent was revealed, as if it could melt everything. Under the devouring of the bright king hellfire, the demon's powerful body melted like magma. A large amount of demonic chi erupted from its body, trying to extinguish the bright king hellfire, but it became fuel for the flames instead. Only less than 5 minutes had passed. Only Yuan corroding bone powder was left on the ground. A fire lotus floated quietly in the air. Qin Shujian held the fire lotus with one hand and swallowed the energy. The spirit god immediately strengthened a little, but it didn't make a big breakthrough. The spirit god is 970 feet tall. I'm about to reach my limit. After devouring so many demons, he could already feel that the spirit god was close to its limit. This limit. It wasn't a problem with the physical body, but the spirit god had truly reached its limit. If it couldn't transform, it was almost impossible to go any higher. This was the limit of the laws of heaven and earth, and it wasn't something that could be broken through by simple human strength. The array shattered. The 18 square array discs were put into the storage ring. Qin Shujian waved his hand and set up a purification array, covering the area that was contaminated by the demonic qi. Then, after bidding farewell to the commander of this stronghold, he immediately flew into the sky and left. This time, Qin Shujian didn't want to go to the other true dominion. Instead, he wanted to go to the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate. By now, all the true dominion evil devils in the Baiyun Manor had been killed by him. The demons had all been eliminated. He had been out for a long time, so it was time to go back. Chapter 401. Back to the Liang Mountain Spiritual Region. It didn't take too much time. In less than half a day, Qin Shujian had already appeared in Liang Mountain City. This time, he didn't stay in the city for too long and directly returned to the Yuan sect. Back to the Yuan sect. Qin Shujian didn't deliberately hide his figure. In addition, there were now many disciples in the Yuan sect. Before he even set foot on Liang Mountain, he was recognized by others. Greetings, Sect Master. Sect Master. Greetings, Sect Master. Many people stopped and saluted. As for why Qin Shujian came back from the outside, or when he came back, they didn't guess too much. After all, the sect master's whereabouts. He didn't need to explain anything to these disciples. However, some of the player disciples knew something. In the past half a year, Qin Shujian had been hunting demons everywhere, causing quite a commotion. Naturally, it had also caused quite a stir. Many players had recorded videos of his whereabouts and posted them on the forum. Only during this period of time, because of the death of the human emperor, all the players' attention fell on the person who became the Duke. They didn't care about the other videos. And during this period of time, this Liang Mountain Stronghold Master didn't do anything shocking, so the players didn't pay too much attention to him. After all, the world was so big. It was impossible to always keep an eye on one person. As the game continued to progress, there were NPCs more powerful than Qin Shujian. The Liang Mountain Stronghold Master, who was thought to be very strong in the past, was also very strong now. However, he couldn't be as eye-catching as he was in the past. Back to the Yuan sect. The first thing Qin Shujian did was to gather all the elders in the Chengwu Hall for a meeting. After leaving the sect for so long, there were always some things that he needed to know. Soon, The elders of the various branches, as well as the elders of the main sect, had already gathered in the Chengwu Hall. As Qin Shujian appeared, everyone stood up, saluted and said, "Greetings, Sect Master. Sit down." "Thank you, Sect Master." When the others heard this, they thanked him and sat down in their seats. Qin Shujian looked at everyone. His spiritual eye was already working. It had been such a long time. Even if he didn't check the cultivation progress of these elders, at the very least, he had to check if there were any changes in their loyalty. The so-called loyalty. He wasn't sure if it was for him, the sect master, or for the entire sect. But there was one thing that was beyond doubt. As long as the loyalty was high enough, there would basically be no problem. He glanced over. Everyone's loyalty and other attributes appeared before Qin Shujian's eyes. He looked at them one by one. He did not find anything out of the ordinary. Everyone's loyalty didn't change much compared to before. From this, it could be seen. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely figure it out. An existence that was suspected to be the reincarnation of a powerful being, whether it was the human clan or the monster clan, they all needed to treat it with caution. Until now, Qin Shujian also had a lot of understanding about the powerful being. Such a powerful being, if he really fully recovered, it would also be a big problem. However, he looked at Niu Dali's loyalty and didn't take any measures now. No matter what, Niu Dali was now considered loyal to him and Yuan Zhong. It was impossible to kill him in the cradle just because of a guess. As for Niu Dali, who was sitting upright, he didn't know that he had just walked through the gates of hell. After Qin Shujian looked away, only then did his straightened back relax once more. His strength was increasing day by day, but when he met the gaze of the sect master, Niu Dali still felt a lot of pressure. He put the matter of Niu Dali aside for the time being. Qin Shujian glanced at the others again, but in the end, his gaze lingered on Zheng Fang for a while. This old man was only at the 4th level of the martial arts realm. He had always thought that his cultivation talent was very ordinary. No matter what, he had wasted dozens of years on cultivation and barely reached the 4th level of the martial arts realm. If it wasn't for Yuan Zhong's continuous promotion, Zheng Fang might not even be able to break through to the 6th level of the martial arts realm. And after Yuan Zhong became a 5th level force, he also broke through to the 4th level of the spiritual martial realm, the airborne realm. But when Qin Shujian looked again, he found that he had broken through to the 5th level of the spiritual martial realm, the same level as Niu Dali. How long had it been since Yuan Zhong became a 5th level force? That was more than a year's time, from the 4th level of the spiritual martial realm to the 5th level of the spiritual martial realm. This talent was already very strong, even stronger than ordinary geniuses. It was only because he had been running around killing demons during this period of time. He didn't check much of the system's information. Now, when he looked back, he saw that Zheng Fang had already broken through to the 5th level of the spiritual martial realm a few months ago. For that, although Qin Shujian was surprised, he was more gratified. No matter what, the stronger the strength of the people in Yuan Zhong, the greater the benefits for him. It was much better than raising a bunch of vermin who only knew how to rely on the sect to advance, but didn't cultivate on their own. He took a simple glance at the progress of the cultivation base of the people present. Qin Shujian said, "In this period of time, did anything happen in the sect?" After that, Shu Yuanming first cupped his hands and said, "Sect Master, half a month ago, a natural spiritual object appeared in the new area. Then, we organized the disciples of the sect to explore, and also sold a part of the quota to other sects. How was the harvest? This time, in the exploration of the new area, we obtained 3 natural spiritual objects, some other materials, and also sold the quota to enter the new area. Our sect made a profit of 435 million taels. 3 natural spiritual objects. 435 million taels. Hearing this, Li Changsho said. Qin Shujian also had a strange look in his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Not counting the other harvest, this time, the harvest in the sect was not small at all. Especially the 400 million taels of silver. He also received the corresponding message that Zheng Fang sold the 17th quota to the new area. However, Qin Shujian didn't expect, this time alone, there were more than 400 million taels of silver. Even for the current Yuan zone, this was a great harvest, enough to run the sect for quite a long time. At least, without enlarging the scale of the operation. In the next 10 years, the sect didn't need to worry about money. Subsequently, Qin Shujian asked about the situation in the sect and the various branches. The others also reported the truth. Half a year was not a long time. A lot of things wouldn't change much. Every elder gave a little explanation. Qin Shujian also had some understanding of the current affairs in the sect, and roughly understood some things in his heart. Immediately, another elder cupped his hands and said, "Sect Master, now our sect's contribution points can't be traded. Many disciples use foreign objects to trade, and then convert them into contribution points. There will also be a certain deviation. Some disciples hope that the rules of free trading of contribution points can be opened." At this point, that elder paused, and then said, "But I also think that if contribution points can be traded freely, our sect's contribution points will definitely replace many things, and it will also be of great benefit to the sect's future development." Hearing that, many elders nodded in agreement. "I will consider the matter of contribution points. If there is nothing else, let's call it a day. We will take our leave." Chapter 402. In the courtyard. Qin Shujian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he returned to a place he was familiar with. As for the Osmanthus tree, in just half a year, there was not much change. Sitting in the courtyard, he was thinking about something. Just like what the elders said before, there were still certain problems with the current Yuan sect's contribution point system. Among them, the biggest problem was that contribution points could not be traded. Contribution points could not be traded. It could only be converted into contribution points under the premise of bartering. In this way, the role of contribution points would be greatly weakened. However, the identity tokens were created by the system and the contribution point system was also given by the system. From the beginning to the end, the identity tokens given by the system could not be traded for contribution points. Unless Qin Shujian gave everyone the right to modify the contribution points. But in that case, the entire sect's contribution point system would be completely messed up. On the contrary, if he could solve the problem of contribution points trading, there might not be any effect in the short term. But over time, the contribution point system in the sect would gradually replace many things. To a certain extent, it would also be smoother and more flexible than now. It would not be too rigid. I remember that the other sects should have a similar contribution point system. Qin Shujian thought about it and associated it with the other sects. However, he did not know much about how the other sects operated internally. Just from the matter of contribution points trading, Qin Shujian had other ideas. If the identity tokens made by the system cannot be traded for contribution points freely, then I can only abandon this method and use other methods. The first thing he thought of was casting. Then the identity tokens given by the system had flaws. Then he could only make the corresponding identity tokens himself. With the means of casting, it might not be impossible. But to make such an identity token, the means involved are not something a mere upper-grade forger can do. Even if an upper-grade forger can cast an identity token, there must be a big flaw in it and it is easy for others to take advantage of it. After all, the identity token and contribution points are related to the foundation of the sect. This matter cannot be left to others. Thoughts flashed through Qin Shujian's mind. In the end, he helplessly discovered something. This matter still had to fall on him. However, when Qin Shujian thought about the 20,000 plus identity tokens, he felt that he had to put this matter aside for now. This was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Furthermore, he still had to study the methods involved. Right now, for him, the most important thing. It was better for him to break through his original realm and officially enter the God martial arts realm. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian turned his attention to his own attributes, especially the luck points column. Over 10,000 luck points. Now, it had already broken through the limit of 10,000 points, and it was a few dozen points more. However, what made him feel a little regretful was that, when his luck broke through 10,000 points, the system did not give him any information. In other words, 10,000 points of luck points did not bring about too many transformations. After looking away from the luck value, Qin Shujian turned his attention to the life source. Now, he had more than 50 million points of life source. 50 million points of life source. For the 5 cultivation methods that needed to be improved, it was only a drop in the bucket. If all 10,000 luck points were to be converted into life source, it was enough to directly improve his realm to the God martial arts realm. However, Qin Shujian did not do so immediately. Luck points were hard to come by. Unless it was a last resort, it was better to keep it. As for whether to improve the Dao artifact, upgrade the sect level, or convert it into life source to improve his strength, this could only be discussed when the time came. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian got up and left the courtyard where he was. Not long after, he found Shu Yuanming. I wonder why the sect master came here? Shu Yuanming asked in confusion. If it was not necessary, the other party would not come here casually. Thinking about it carefully, the number of times Qin Shujian came here could be counted on one hand, and every time he came, it was basically for something. Thinking of this, Shu Yuanming was also a little helpless. Looking for a stone bench to sit down, Qin Shujian said, "Elder Shu, sit down first. I have something to tell you." "Please tell me, sect master." Shu Yuanming sat down. "Elder Shu, use the Yuan sect's connections to help me find out what the chaser is. This matter must be kept secret and not spread too much." "Chaser?" Shu Yuanming was startled, then nodded and said, "This matter, I know." Chaser. This name was also very unfamiliar to him. However, looking at Qin Shujian's solemn expression and what he said, Shu Yuanming could also know that the so-called chaser was definitely not a simple character. The chaser may be a name, or it may be the name of a force. Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. "You focus on these 2 points and check carefully." For the chaser. He was also very concerned now. Back then, the Huading Cave Mansion could contribute the ability of a spiritual eye. There must be other things. If the chaser only represented a person, then it was nothing. It could only be said that he coincidentally found an expert's cave mansion. But if the chaser was a force, then it was not simple. If the chaser was a force, then the person who left the Huading Cave Mansion could only be regarded as one of the forces. One of the forces could leave the Huading Cave Mansion and the spiritual eye. Then the entire force of the chaser, how huge would it be? But for these things, Qin Shujian didn't have any definite certainty. Everything was just a guess. So, the most important thing now was to find a way to find out about the chaser. Then find a way to find a secret realm similar to the Huading Cave Mansion. After all, there were still 2 doors in the Huading Cave Mansion that had not been opened. Qin Shujian put himself in his shoes and guessed. If he was the one who built the cave mansion, it was impossible to destroy the things behind the other 2 doors. So, there might be other places where the Huading Cave Mansion existed. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian continued, in addition, collect the token of the unknown cave mansion. As for the style of the token, it's roughly like this. While talking, with a thought, his spiritual will controlled the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and condensed an almost solid token shadow in front of Shu Yuanming. This was the bronze token that opened the Huading Cave Mansion. Relying on the remaining memories in his mind. Now, through the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, it appeared in front of others. Shu Yuanming just looked at the token shadow twice and memorized the shape of the token. Then he nodded and said, "Sect Master, don't worry. I have already remembered this matter." Speaking of this, he paused and asked again, "Sect Master, I wonder why you are investigating the chaser. It's just a coincidence." Qin Shujian shook his head slightly and did not talk much about this issue. Seeing this, Shu Yuanming did not ask too much. There were some things that the other party did not say. It was fine for him to ask, but if he continued to ask, it would be too rude. Subsequently, Xu Yuanming also seemed to have thought of something. He smiled and said, "Speaking of which, I have something that I forgot to tell Sect Master." "What is it?" "A month ago, the steward of the Baiyun Marquis Mansion, Xiao Hong, came and said that Sect Master killed the moon-devouring Demon King and specially waited for the reward from the Imperial Court." Xu Yuanming took out a storage ring and handed it to Qin Shujian. "But Sect Master was not here at that time, so I accepted the reward. Now that Sect Master is back, it should be returned to its rightful owner." "Xiao Hong." Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows slightly. When he took the storage ring, he asked again, "Apart from this matter, did he leave any message?" "He didn't leave anything. It seems that he just came to deliver something." Xu Yuanming shook his head and said. Hearing this, Qin Shujian did not say anything more. When he killed the moon-devouring Demon King, Marquis Luoyu sent someone to deliver something. He was wondering why there was no movement from the Imperial Court. After all, it was fine if Marquis Luoyu did not send anything when he killed the Demon King. But a rebellious Marquis had sent something to him in the name of killing the Demon Clan and strengthening the Human Clan. As the legitimate ruler of the world, it was impossible for the great Zhao dynasty to not say anything. Now that he had taken the storage ring, only then did Qin Shujian know. It turned out that the Imperial Court sent the item directly to Yuanzhong through the Baiyun Marquis Mansion. After leaving Xu Yuanming's place, Qin Shujian returned to his place and dripped blood on the storage ring as usual. The storage ring immediately had some connection with him. When his mind fell, a space that was about the same size as his original storage ring appeared in his perception. After a while, when his mind withdrew from the storage ring, Qin Shujian had a bright smile on his face. 10 spirit stones, 50 kilograms of 9th-level casting materials, and 3 guru-level formations. It had to be said. The items given by the Imperial Court were very similar to those given by Marquis Luoyu, but they were much more precious than those given by Marquis Luoyu. Not to mention anything else. Just the extra 5 spirit stones were enough to make one's heart beat faster. As for the 50 kilograms of 9th-level casting materials, it was obviously arranged in consideration of his identity as a guru-level forging master. It was the same for the last 3 guru-level formations. After getting so many things, Qin Shujian suddenly felt that he was much richer. In addition to the 10 spirit stones given by the Imperial Court, he had a huge sum of 15 spirit stones. To completely inscribe these spirit stones into the array. In his opinion, it was a bit wasteful. After all, he had already used up 10 spirit stones. If he continued to use them like this, it would really be like a bottomless pit. In addition, there were still a few spirit stones left to inscribe the guru-level formations. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian kept the 15 spirit stones in his hand. Chapter 403. There were many uses for spirit stones. It could be used as the eye of the formation to strengthen the power of the formation. It could also perfectly bear the power of the heavenly man level as a life-saving trump card. And it was buried in the mountain gate. It could also increase the concentration of spirit energy and become a cultivation holy land. In the current Yuan sect, it was covered by a huge spirit gathering array. In the entire Liang Mountain spirit domain, there was no place with a higher concentration of spirit energy than here. But no matter how high the spirit energy was, there were still differences. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian's heart moved slightly and he had other thoughts in his mind. But this matter, he put it aside for the time being and turned his attention to the 9th-level casting materials. Now back to Yuan sect. It seemed that everything was done and he could have a good rest. In fact, when he returned to Yuan sect, only then did Qin Shujian realize that he was far from resting. After dealing with the demons and harvesting luck points outside, there were more things waiting for him when he returned to the sect. Thinking of this, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. I was born to work. When will it end? On the peak of Liang Mountain, Qin Shujian took out all the 9th level materials and then activated the Ming King Hellfire. He directly used the vast spirit energy as the foundation and pushed the flame to the extreme. Immediately after, he used his spiritual will to control the materials and threw them into the Ming King Hellfire to refine. The reason why he chose this place and not the original place to refine, it was because refining weapons would attract thunder tribulation. The Osmanthus tree had already given birth to spirituality. Before it truly grew up, its spirituality was very weak and could not withstand the power of the thunder tribulation. He did not say that he would directly strike it. Even if a little power leaked out, it would be enough to seriously injure its spirituality or even directly dissipate. So, Qin Shujian chose this place. Or else, when it came to the concentration of the spirit energy of heaven and earth, there was also a spirit gathering array in the courtyard, and the concentration of spirit energy was no less than here. Rumble. Thunder clouds gathered in the sky, and from time to time, a thunder tribulation would strike down. For a time, it caused quite a commotion. However, Qin Shujian's return was not a secret. When they saw the thunder tribulation, many sect disciples were used to it. After all, it was fine if something happened once or twice, but if it happened too many times, there was nothing to be shocked about. Especially now, there were already many high-grade blacksmiths in the sect. By chance, there were also those who were lucky enough to refine a spirit weapon, which would also cause the lightning tribulation to descend. Therefore, to the people of the Sky Origin sect, it wasn't something to be shocked about when a lightning tribulation descended. At most, they could sense that the lightning tribulation wasn't weak, causing them to be fearful. Oh, lightning tribulation, sect master must be forging a spirit weapon again. When can I become a high-grade blacksmith? Then, I can forge 1 or 2 spirit weapons to play with. Shukai revealed an envious expression. Then, he glanced at his forging experience points and his face darkened. He had been studying the Tao of casting for so long. He had only just become an inferior blacksmith. There was still a long way to go before it could reach the middle tier, let alone the upper tier. Special martial arts were different from other martial arts. He couldn't directly stack experience points on top of it by killing monsters to level up. He could only accumulate the corresponding experience points through alchemy and forging, and then raise the level of the special martial arts. This way, the players were no different from the disciples of the local sects. The only difference was that the players could see their own progress with their own eyes. When cultivating, they would have a stronger confidence. Similarly, there were 2 inferior blacksmiths. Similarly, they hadn't broken through for a few years. One couldn't see his own progress and couldn't accurately grasp the time of breakthrough and his own level. After a long time, most people would have a lazy and dispirited mentality. Although the other one also hadn't broken through for a long time. However, he could see his own progress at every moment. Even if the progress was very small, he could roughly estimate when he would be able to break through the current shackles. Simply put, the former couldn't see hope, while the latter could see hope. Therefore, seriously speaking, this was also a big advantage. On the other side, after receiving Qin Shujian's order, Xu Yuanming also began to send people from the Sky Origin sect to secretly inquire about the pursuers. Qin Shujian said this matter seriously. He didn't dare to slack off at all. The Sky Origin sect was now a top sect, and its power had already spread out. It wasn't just the Baiyun mansion. There were also people from the Sky Origin sect in other mansions, and even in all walks of life. As a result, a lot of information only needed to be slightly inquired. Even if it was a secret thing, some clues could be obtained. However, as the people of the Sky Origin sect spread out, it took a full half a month, but in the end, there was no news at all. Such an unforeseen event, this caused Xu Yuanming's expression to change again and again. There is no news at all. Either the pursuers are just randomly spouting nonsense by the sect master, or the so-called pursuers are hidden very deeply or have extremely strong forces. With the current power of the Sky Origin sect, even if they were also top sects, they could still obtain some clues. It could be said that, apart from the internal affairs of the demon race and the great Zhao imperial family, there was nothing that could be hidden from the eyes and ears of the Sky Origin sect. This was the advantage of a top sect. Of course, if the Sky Origin sect could obtain information from other forces could also obtain information from the Sky Origin sect. Perhaps among so many disciples of the Sky Origin sect, there might be spies from other sects. However, these weren't important. At most, they would be spying on each other. Everyone would expose some things on the surface, but their hidden cards would still be very stable. Xu Yuanming wasn't afraid of receiving false information. As long as there were some traces, then the Sky Origin sect would be able to investigate in this direction and obtain many useful things. However, like now, there was no news at all. It was as if there wasn't a person called the Pursuers, or rather, a faction called the Pursuers. His sect master couldn't have spouted nonsense. Then there were only two possibilities. The Pursuers were hidden too deeply, so deeply that they had almost never appeared in front of others. Therefore, the Sky Origin sect couldn't detect them. Either that, or the Pursuers were too powerful. So strong that even the scouts of the Sky Origin sect could be deceived. If it was the former, then it was fine. However, if it was the latter, then it was too terrifying. Apart from the great Zhao imperial family, there shouldn't be any other faction like this in the world. It seems that the first possibility is the most likely. The Pursuers are hidden too deeply and haven't appeared in front of others for a long time. Therefore, they couldn't be detected. However, since the sect master was able to know of the Pursuers, he must have used some method. Could it be the token of the unknown cave? Xu Yuanming's thoughts spun and he quickly connected it to the token of the unknown cave. Regarding this matter, he had sent people to investigate as well. However, compared to the Pursuers, the investigation of the bronze token was much weaker. However, now that Xu Yuanming had figured out the crux of the matter, he immediately ordered people to give up on directly searching for the Pursuers and change the direction to the unknown cave token to see if they could find any traces. Boom! Boom! The lightning tribulation continued to fall. Xu Yuanming suppressed the thoughts in his mind and turned to look at the sky above. For half a month, the thunderclouds never dissipated. Every lightning tribulation that fell caused even him, a cultivator close to the airborne realm, to feel his heart palpitate. In other words, if these lightning tribulations were aimed at him, it wouldn't take more than 2 to strike him alive. I wonder what powerful spiritual weapon the sect master is refining to be able to cause such a big commotion. Could it be that he is refining a Taoist weapon? Xu Yuanming secretly guessed. The commotion in front of him was much stronger than when he was refining a spiritual weapon. However, it was somewhat inferior to when he was refining a Taoist weapon. Therefore, he wasn't very clear about it himself. At the peak of Mount Liang, as the last bolt of lightning struck down, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The thunderclouds that had been covering the sky for a long time finally slowly dissipated. The 18 square array discs quietly stopped in mid-air, and a powerful aura spread out from them. It's done, Qin Shujian thought to himself. The 18 square array discs in front of him were the same as the 18 square array discs in his storage ring. They were all cast with 9th grade materials. Each square array disc was a high-grade spiritual weapon. The combined power was not weaker than a Taoist weapon. However, Qin Shujian inscribed his most powerful array disc in the 18 square array discs in the storage ring. He didn't plan to inscribe an offensive array on the array disc in front of him. As the spirit chi of heaven and earth turned into a tide, lines of array patterns condensed in the void, and then they were inserted into the array disc. Spirit Gathering Array. This was an enhanced version, and it was not only an array with a single spirit gathering effect. Spirit Gathering. Attack. The two became one. Although the offensive power of this array would be weakened and far from its peak level, it was enough for Qin Shujian. After the spirit deity reached 970 feet. In his opinion, many things that required divine consciousness were already at his fingertips. Originally, it would take a lot of divine thought to set up a guru-level array. But for the current Qin Shujian, Countless array patterns were formed with a wave of his hand. A huge amount of divine thought power was constantly consumed, but his spirit deity didn't show any signs of fatigue. To this extent, he could be considered to have truly mastered the divine thought power that matched that of a guru of array. A guru-level array was set up. It didn't take too long. It was just that the process of inscribing the 18 square array discs one by one would be more complicated. But no matter how complicated this process was, there was a certain limit. 3 hours passed. When the last array pattern fell, the 18 square array discs completely carried this guru-level array. As Qin Shujian got up, the 18 square array discs seemed to be attracted and fell into his hand, and then were put into the storage ring. It's done. After doing all this, Qin Shujian also let out a long breath. Although he wasn't tired, however, he still felt much more relaxed after completing a task. Chapter 404. Immortal Planes. Ever since the undead evil lord broke out of the seal, the creatures here had long been extinct. Even after the undead evil lord was destroyed, no creatures dared to approach here. For no other reason. Because the demonic chi here was so polluted that the entire area had turned into a demonic land. Even after the Liang Mountain spirit domain had been promoted twice, under the scouring of a large amount of spirit chi, it had not been eradicated much. Although the demonic chi was the same as spirit chi. But to a certain extent. The demonic chi was like a maggot in the bones, and it was much more difficult to deal with than spirit chi. So, since then, there were still no creatures here. It was just that with the extinction of the creatures in the immortal planes, Qin Shujian had neglected this place for a while. It wasn't until he killed the demons and set up a formation to purify the demonic chi that he remembered this place. No matter what, the immortal planes were close to the Liang Mountain boundary. If the demonic chi here was not resolved, there would always be a gap in the territory controlled by the Yuan sect. For this, Qin Shujian had the idea of purifying the immortal planes. When he stepped into the immortal planes, an evil and chaotic aura filled the air from the surroundings. It was just that this aura, compared to the current Qin Shujian, could be described as weak. Without waiting for this aura to invade his spirit, it was directly dispelled by the terrifying spirit sense in his body. Although Qin Shujian was now at the peak of the spirit martial realm, his spirit was stronger than the average god martial realm. Not to mention the diluted demonic chi. Even if an evil spirit was in front of him, even with the overflowing demonic chi, it couldn't infect his spirit. Unless the demonic chi was extremely dense to an extremely terrifying extent. If the demonic chi is dense enough to infect a god martial realm cultivator, I'm afraid that only the legendary demon abyss can do this. It wasn't that Qin Shujian had never seen a real evil spirit. Even if the demonic chi of a demon god was powerful, it hadn't reached the point of infecting a god martial realm cultivator. Even a spirit martial realm cultivator couldn't be corroded. After a cultivator gave birth to a spirit, his spirit sense became extremely powerful, not comparable to a true martial realm cultivator. However, if one stayed in a place with dense demonic chi for a long time, even if they wouldn't be assimilated, it would still bring many negative effects. After setting foot on the immortal planes, Qin Shujian followed the memory in his mind and came to the place where he had opened the Hua Ding Immortal's cave. However, the stone tablet had long been shattered. No matter how he spread out his divine sense, he could not find any trace of the cave mansion's existence. Since the Immortal's cave existed before, it must have used spatial means. If the cave abode is still there, then with my current spiritual sense, I should have been able to detect it. Qin Shujian stood where he was, his brows tightly knitted. It involved the use of space. That was already a matter at the celestial level. His cultivation level was at the Array Dao Grandmaster level, and he was able to open a teleportation gate using the power of space. Therefore, Qin Shujian wasn't unfamiliar with the concept of space. But now, not a single trace was left. However, it gave him a bad feeling. This was like, some things were beyond one's control, or beyond one's understanding. Perhaps it had no effect on him. However, Qin Shujian felt a little unhappy. Immediately, he flew up into the sky and the storage ring on his hand flashed. 18 square array discs flew out in all directions like flying stars. Not long after, a huge array suddenly appeared and covered the entire immortal planes. Then, vast amounts of heaven and earth spirit chi swarmed in from all directions, continuously converging into the array. With Qin Shujian's powerful perception, he could clearly sense that the surrounding spirit chi was increasing at a terrifying speed. Accordingly, the fiend chi in the immortal planes was also dispersing bit by bit. It was because the fiend chi had been there for a long time. It had already gone deep into the ground. Even under the impact of the vast spirit chi, it was difficult to completely purify this place in a short time. This required a gradual and circular process. This area should be completely purified in half a year or at most a year. Qin Shujian made an estimation in his mind. Half a year to a year was not too long. The larger the area contaminated by the fiend chi, the longer the purification time would be. If it was the entire ordinary realm or the entire true dominion, the time needed would be many times longer. If a region was abandoned for a few decades, the loss would be big enough. Immediately, the terrifying aura of a spirit deity spread out in a vast and mighty manner, and attracted the attention of the experts in the surrounding area. From today onwards, no one is allowed to step into the immortal planes. Violators will be treated as a declaration of war against the origin sect and will be killed without mercy. The words that were full of power and the huge spiritual deity were enough to spread across half of the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate. Everyone's expression turned grave when they heard this. Regarding the immortal planes, many people had heard of it. The place where Qin Shujian had challenged the 8 sects was somewhat famous. However, Qin Shujian had said that no one was allowed to step in. This was somewhat thought-provoking. However, what was truly shocking was that terrifying spiritual deity. Especially the experts in Liang Mountain City. When they saw the mountain-like spiritual deity, their expressions changed greatly. A 1,000 feet spiritual deity? If I remember correctly, the sect master of the origin sect has not broken through to the divine martial realm. You told me that a 1,000 feet spiritual deity hasn't broken through to the divine martial realm. He must have broken through long ago. Otherwise, how could he have reached such a level? The limit of the prominent sage realm is the 200 feet spiritual deity. Even if a genius could break through this limit, he would not have reached such a level. He must have broken through to the divine martial realm. When they saw the 1,000 feet spiritual deity, many people started to discuss spiritedly. The topic quickly shifted to Qin Shujian's cultivation level. Compared to the matter of the immortal planes, they paid more attention to the other party's cultivation level. 970 feet was about the same as 1,000 feet. Furthermore, there was some distance between them. In the eyes of these people, it was no different from 1,000 feet. After all, a cultivator who had just entered the divine martial realm would only have a spiritual deity of about 400 to 500 feet. Those who had reached 1,000 feet were at least at the late stage of the divine martial realm. When they thought of this, many people were secretly shocked. Middle stage divine martial realm? Late stage divine martial realm? The other party was still in the prominent sage realm a year ago. Now, he had grown to such a level. The reincarnation of a powerful expert is indeed domineering. He reached such a level so quickly. In another year or two, wouldn't he be able to reach the celestial realm again? Then, it wouldn't take long for him to recover to his peak. When they thought of this, some people were secretly shocked again. As for the reincarnation of a powerful expert, many people had heard of it before, but they didn't have a specific understanding of it. Therefore, in their opinion, this might be the normal speed of a powerful expert's reincarnation. But for some people who knew about the reincarnation of a powerful expert, their hearts were even more solemn. It was true that the reincarnation of a powerful expert's cultivation level advanced extremely quickly. But no matter how fast it was, there was a limit. Continuously advancing like this, it didn't take long for him to reach the celestial realm. This was completely against the norm. When they saw the 1,000 feet spiritual deity, everyone's attention fell on the guess that Qin Shujian was in the divine martial realm. No one had thought of it. The fact that this sect master Qin was still in the spirit martial realm. After all, no one had ever been able to raise the spiritual deity to such a level when they were in the spirit martial realm. There was no one before. In their opinion, there would be no one in the future. After the divine manifestation announced the immortal planes, Qin Shujian completely withdrew the 90 feet spiritual deity. Looking at the immortal planes that had been covered by the formation, he lifted his body into the air and directly left this place. 18 square formation plates were set up. There was a spirit gathering formation on the immortal planes, and there was also a powerful killing formation. Although there was no way to deal with a celestial realm cultivator, but with the 18 high-grade spirit weapon formation plates as the foundation, this formation was enough to deal with any expert below the celestial realm. Even if it was a half-step celestial realm expert, those who dared to step into the immortal planes without permission would also suffer a fatal attack. Therefore, Qin Shujian had just shown his spiritual deity. Firstly, he didn't want anyone to come and destroy the purification progress of the immortal planes. Secondly, he didn't want anyone to die for no reason. But after his warning, if they still recklessly went in without permission, then even if they died, they couldn't blame anyone. After doing these things, Qin Shujian had already returned to Yuan sect. At this time, there were many people in the sect who were still shocked by the huge spiritual deity just now. He didn't say much about this matter. Whether it was the spirit martial realm or the divine martial realm. This time, after dealing with the matter, Qin Shujian would truly enter seclusion. If he didn't break through to the divine martial realm, he would definitely not come out of seclusion. However, before going into seclusion, Qin Shujian also directly ordered in the sect that all disciples of Yuan sect were not allowed to take half a step into the immortal planes. As for the reason, he didn't say. As for the punishment after stepping in, he also didn't say anything. Because there was no need for punishment. With the current strength of the sect disciples, if they dared to enter the immortal planes, they would definitely die. After doing these things, Qin Shujian came to Shu Yuanming and asked, "What's the progress of the matter I asked you to investigate? I've already used most of the people who chased after the sect master, but I haven't found any information. However, there is some idle news about the token of the unknown cave." Shu Yuanming said in a deep voice without hesitation. "It's just that the news hasn't been confirmed yet. It will take some time to investigate and I can't give a definite answer for the time being." Okay. Hearing this, Qin Shujian wasn't too surprised. The matter of the chasers was difficult to investigate. He had already guessed it. It was best to have clues. If it was similar, there was no other way. On the contrary, if he could get the token of the unknown cave, he might be able to get information about the chasers. With this in mind, Qin Shujian also thought of other things and said, "In addition, I need some detailed information about the reincarnations of the Great Zhao dynasty. Try to collect as much information as possible." Yes. Chapter 405. It was related to the Almighty. It was also because of Neo Dali that Qin Shujian wanted to do a thorough check. If this bull demon was really the reincarnation of an Almighty, then he was a human Almighty or a demon Almighty. But he guessed. If the other party was the reincarnation of an Almighty, he was most likely a demon Almighty. After all, if the Almighty was the reincarnation, there was no way he couldn't control the reincarnation of a human or demon. After giving some instructions, Qin Shujian took away the 3 innate spirit objects. When he went to the peak of Mount Liang to cultivate, he absorbed the 3 innate spirit objects in advance. With his current abundant luck points, he could not afford to be careless. The 3 innate spirit objects couldn't provide much luck points, but it was better than nothing. Then, Qin Shujian took out 15 spiritual stones from his storage ring and placed them around his body. Instantly, the rich spiritual qi instantly went berserk. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth from the 15 spiritual stones was enough to shock anyone. Moreover, he didn't place them casually. He arranged them in a formation and tried his best to dig out the vast amount of spiritual chi stored in the spiritual stones for himself to absorb and cultivate. This way, the spiritual chi that exploded out was even more terrifying. When the formation was completed, Qin Shujian immediately entered a state of cultivation. Now, except for 2 cultivation methods, the other 5 cultivation methods had not been cultivated to perfection. They were all around the 7th level of the spiritual martial arts. Qin Shujian didn't want to waste too much life force. He wanted to rely on himself to see if he could improve these cultivation methods. Even if he couldn't reach perfection of the spiritual martial arts. But at least, he had to improve by 1 or 2 levels. It was good to save a bit of life force. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. For now, he needed millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of life force. It was better to save a bit. Anyway, for Qin Shujian, he could accumulate life force by sitting and cultivating. He wasn't in a hurry. In a flash, half a month passed. At the peak of Mount Liang, the spiritual chi surged. Under the vast spiritual chi, a man in a green robe sat cross-legged. He didn't move at all, as if he was dead. After a long time, the green-robed man opened his eyes, which were filled with helplessness. I haven't improved at all in half a month. I really overestimated myself. Qin Shujian felt somewhat helpless. He had spent so much time bitterly cultivating, but in the end, he didn't gain anything at all. This made his balls hurt. He thought nothing of it. Relying on his own talent and the unique cultivation environment, he could also take a step forward from his original foundation. In the end, Qin Shujian realized that he had overestimated himself. The 5 cultivation techniques remained motionless. Not to mention a breakthrough. It didn't even improve. This made him understand why there were so few people who cultivated more than 2 cultivation methods. This was because the difficulty of advancing in the future would increase with each additional cultivation technique. For someone like him who practiced the 7 martial techniques, after reaching the spiritual martial technique, it would be hard for him to move. According to the current trend, Qin Shujian estimated that if you were given another 3 to 5 years, you might have the opportunity to push a cultivation technique to the next level. However, this was only a cultivation technique. It would take at least a few hundred years to reach the completion stage of the spiritual martial arts. Even so, it was still because he had the title of Liangshan Domain Lord and the current cultivation environment with dense spiritual aura. Or else, even if Qin Shujian was given 1,000 years, he wasn't confident that he would succeed. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian accepted his fate. Then, he looked at the 80 million life force source with a sorrowful expression. Then, with a thought. When the life force source sharply decreased, a cultivation technique also directly broke through to the next level. Central State Prefecture, Imperial Palace. Ever since the death of the human emperor, the princes had been fighting for the throne. In the end, the imperial astronomer took out the human emperor's edict and announced that the first prince, Shi Yang, would temporarily take over the throne for 3 years. At this point, the matter of the princes fighting for the throne had come to an end for the time being. After all, there was the human emperor's edict. If the others didn't obey the order, it would be equivalent to rebellion. For the crime of rebellion. Even as a prince of the royal family, he couldn't bear the responsibility. And in the eyes of the other princes, the first prince might not be able to sit firmly on the throne. If he couldn't govern the world within 3 years, or if something happened, he would be chased out sooner or later. Especially now that the flames of war were rising everywhere. Among the 13 prefectures, 4 of them had rebelled, and demons had broken out of the seal. The world could be said to be in chaos. At this time, if anything went wrong, it would be the other party's fault. So, now that the first prince had taken the throne, many people were happy to see it happen. Standing on the cusp of the storm wasn't necessarily a good thing. Perhaps if one was careless, it would be the result of being smashed to pieces. At this time, The atmosphere in the palace was solemn. All the civil and military officials were gathered here. Sitting on the throne was a man with a dignified face. He wore a black and gold robe, and every move he made was filled with an invisible deterrence. The first prince, Shi Yang. From the other party's aura, which was in accordance with the will of the heavens, one knew that he was a diviner. But this was normal. The human emperor had been on the throne for more than 6,000 years, and some of his descendants had also lived for thousands of years. If he hadn't reached the diviner realm, he would have turned into a pile of bones. How could he sit here? Although Shi Yang looked middle-aged, he had been a prince for thousands of years. Speaking of which, this was a little sad. A prince for thousands of years was really a little sullen. Now that he was sitting on the throne and looking down at the officials below, Shi Yang felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Your Majesty, there are now demon disasters everywhere. Although we have sent troops to suppress them, the demons are not to be underestimated. Many places have already sent messages for help. Assistant Minister Zhu Dingjun stepped out and said in a deep voice. After saying that, another person stepped forward and also cupped his hands. Your Majesty, Assistant Minister Zhu is right. The matter of the evil demon cannot be delayed. If the demon disaster is allowed to rise, everywhere it passes will become a demonic land. When that time comes, I'm afraid the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Now that the demon disasters had started, it wasn't just a matter of 1 or 2 places. Among the 13 prefectures, only Baiyun Prefecture didn't have a demon disaster during this period. Even the Central State Prefecture had a demon disaster. The original drawback of sealing the demons. At this moment, it was finally revealed. The demons were severely injured but not killed. They were only sealed in order to weaken the power of the demon abyss. But now there were changes in the world. There were people from the outside world who were not controlled by the imperial court's laws. The original drawback of sealing the demons. It was completely exposed. Upon hearing that, Shi Yang's expression remained the same. After the others finished speaking, he said slowly, speaking of which, there hasn't been a demon disaster in Baiyun Prefecture yet, right? Your Majesty, Marquis Baiyun killed all the demons in the ordinary realm and true dominion first. The demons in the other regions are strictly guarded. Therefore, there hasn't been a demon disaster. In that case, let's proceed according to Baiyun Prefecture, Shi Yang said calmly. After saying that, Assistant Minister Xing Zhenan stepped out and said with cupped hands, Your Majesty, you can't. We sealed the demons to weaken the power of the demon abyss. If we kill them wantonly, they will definitely be reborn in the demon abyss. When the demons return, the power of the demon abyss will increase greatly. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the seal will be unstable and it will cause a greater disaster. Humph, if it causes a disaster, isn't it a disaster now? Zhu Dingjun snorted and retorted. Now that the variant humans are not controlled by the laws of the imperial court, the demons sealed in any place are unstable factors. The demon disasters in the various prefectures are a sign. Even if we don't kill these demons, when the variant humans release them in the future, at least half of the Great Zhao Nation's territory will turn into a land of demons. When that time comes, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Xing Zhenan, can you bear the responsibility for this crime? In the main hall, Zhu Dingjuan's words were powerful and powerful. His words were full of anger toward Xing Zhenan. At this point, he turned to Shi Yang with cupped hands and said solemnly, As long as your Majesty gives the order, I'm willing to be the first to kill the demons and quell the demon disaster. Before Shi Yang could speak, Xing Zhenan also cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, although the demon disasters are serious, we can still prevent them from happening as long as we deploy troops to strictly guard them. If we kill the demons wantonly, the benefits will outweigh the drawbacks. Shi Yang was silent for a while. Then, he looked at the officials on both sides and asked, In your opinion, what should we do now? For a moment, the court was silent. No one spoke easily. No matter if it was killing the demons or sealing the demons. There were hidden dangers behind all these matters. It would be fine if nothing went wrong. If something went wrong, they would not be able to escape responsibility. Even if the probability was not high, but to be on the safe side, they could not speak easily. At this point, Shi Yang's expression was slightly cold as he said indifferently, "Could it be that the officials of the Great Zhao nation are helpless in the face of the demon disasters?" As he spoke, he felt somewhat helpless. In the end, he was not the true human emperor. He was only a temporary emperor. In terms of power, compared to his imperial father, he was still lacking. The civil and military officials in the court appeared respectful on the surface, but in reality, many people did not place him, the emperor, in their eyes. This was something that could not be helped. After all, the forces behind the officials were tangled and complicated. Many of them were even related to the princes. But as long as they did not do anything that crossed the line on the surface, Shi Yang could not do anything to them. No matter what. His current position was not stable. It was at this time, Ding Yuan General Dan Hao stepped out and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, in my opinion, we should focus on killing the demons. As for the matter of the demon abyss, it is just a matter for later. If the demon disasters start on a large scale, the Great Zhao nation will collapse without attacking. As for sending troops to strictly guard, that is even more nonsense. There are many experts and they are everywhere. No matter how tight the defense is, there will be a time when there is a gap. Therefore, I feel that Assistant Minister Ju's suggestion is not bad. In addition, Marquis Bai Yun's way of doing things is worthy of emulating." Chapter 406. Dan Hao spoke. Many people's expressions changed. The other was not the same as the other officials. His status was above most people. The position of Ding Yuan General. It was one of the very few positions with real power. The imperial court had 5 great generals. Dan Hao was one of them. He had no less than 10 million soldiers, comparable to a duke. So, the other also had great power in the imperial court. When Dan Hao opened his mouth, Xing Jianan's expression darkened. If he did not fear Zhu Dingjun, then he was rather wary of Dan Hao. Or rather, the two sides were not on the same level. If he offended one Zhu Dingjun, or offended more Zhu Dingjuns, Xing Jianan was confident he could deal with them. But if it was Dan Hao, to put it bluntly, if the other attacked him, no one would stop him. After all, the title of Ding Yuan General was earned by the other's blade and spear. When the human emperor was on the throne, the Great Zhao had not truly unified the world. Dan Hao was one of the human emperor's sharpest blades. In the past, he had fought against the Yarrow and destroyed other countries. He had undeniable merits for the Great Zhao. Apart from that, the other's strength was unfathomable. So after Dan Hao spoke, Xing Jianan only opened his mouth but did not say anything. As for the others, like the South Protecting King and others who could wrestle with Dan Hao, they all narrowed their eyes. No one spoke in opposition. On the throne, the coldness on Shi Yang's face faded, replaced by a smile. He said, "General Dan's words are not false. If so, then we should focus on killing the demons and quelling the demon disaster. As for the problem of the seal, I believe that Zhu Bing has suppressed the entrance for thousands of years. There should not be any problems. Zhu Bing could not be easily moved. The reason was because it was suppressing a sealed entrance. Or else, with the power of Zhu Bing in the Great Zhao, it was enough to sweep the world." Hearing this, Dan Hao asked again, "May I know how much of the ancestral armament's power can still be divided?" "Zhu Bing doesn't have much power left. Since that's the case, I implore your Majesty to split a portion of Zhu Bing's power to kill the evil devils in the Great Zhao dynasty's Celestial Stage 6 to prevent the Devil Abyss from having more Celestial Stage 6 experts in the future." Dan Hao said bluntly. Although Deva 7th level was not easy to break through, if one succeeded in breaking through, that would be a huge problem. Hearing this, Shi Yang pondered for a moment and finally nodded. "All right, I only have one request. That is to kill all the evil spirits outside of Spirit Realm and the Great Realms. Do not leave any of them alive. Your subject is willing to help," Dan Hao said in a deep voice. Hearing this, The smile on Shi Yang's face grew even brighter. With Dan Hao publicly responding to his words, the rest of the matter would be much simpler. Orders were issued one after another. More than half of the experts in the imperial court were mobilized to suppress the demons. Right now, Shi Yang urgently needed something to stabilize his prestige and secure his position as the emperor. The so-called 3 years. He had no intention of being satisfied at all. How could 3 years be enough? Since Shi Yang had already sat on the throne, he had no intention of stepping down. Not to mention 3 years. Even if it was 300 years or 3,000 years. As long as he was still alive, no one could take the throne away from him. As long as the demon disaster was quelled, he could win over many people's hearts. Thinking of this, Shi Yang gave another order and said in a cold voice, "The demon disaster is not a matter of one person or one realm. The soldiers of the Great Zhao should fight against the demon disaster, but the sects of the cultivation world should not stand by and watch. Pass down my order. All sects need to cooperate with the imperial court and fight against the demon disaster together. If anyone refuses to comply, it is equivalent to betraying the human race." The words betraying the human race made many people's expressions change again. Even Dan Hao's expression changed slightly. He did not expect it. Shi Yang had just taken the throne, and he had the guts to attack the cultivation world. One had to know. Although the cultivation world was not as powerful as the imperial court, it was not much weaker. Otherwise, the imperial court would not have acquiesced to the status of the cultivation world for so many years. Back then, the human emperor did not attack the sects of the cultivation world. It was because he needed them to stabilize the people's hearts. He did not attack later because the human emperor's lifespan was approaching, and he did not want to cause too much trouble. There were various signs. It was not that the imperial court was unwilling to attack the sects of the cultivation world, but they had not found the right opportunity, or the right time. But now what Shi Yang was doing. It was equivalent to publicly imposing imperial power on the sects. If it was not handled well, it might cause a strong counterattack. However, looking at the high-spirited Shi Yang, Dan Hao did not say much. In his heart, he had long had the idea of attacking some of the cultivation sects. After all, not everyone respected imperial power and there were many people who despised the law. For these people, in Dan Hao's eyes, they were all rebels. Now his only worry was, Shi Yang had taken too big a step. If he was not careful, the future trouble would not be so easy to deal with. In addition, issue a mission to gather all the mutants in the world to fight against the demon disaster. Yes, Your Majesty. Fallen Moon Manor. Fallen Moon Marquis Du Chengwu was also a little overwhelmed. At the moment, in the various manors. The Fallen Moon Manor was ranked in the top 3 places where the demon disaster was the most serious. Although the true Dominion evil fiend was not strong, he was equivalent to an expert who had condensed the universe Skylock in the true Dominion. Ordinary cultivators at the Spirit Martial Realm or the Divine Martial Realm would find it difficult to deal with an evil fiend in the true Dominion. They would only be able to kill it if they used a powerful Dao artifact. A 2-seal Dao artifact was enough to kill an ordinary Dominion evil demon. However, to kill the true Dominion evil demon, a 4-seal or higher Dao artifact was required. A 4-seal Dao artifact. There were not many of them in the entire Fallen Moon Manor. However, the evil demons that had broken out of the seal had brought disaster to 7 or 8 true Dominion. The situation was already chaotic. Besides the evil demons that had broken out of the seal, the evil demons sealed in the other true Dominion had also become a hidden danger that could erupt at any time. Although the Fallen Moon Manor, half of the places where the demon disaster had broken out were under the control of the Fallen Moon Marquis, the other half were under the control of the imperial court. However, even so, this was troublesome enough. In the Marquis Manor, Du Chengwu's face was cold, and so were the other generals in the hall. The atmosphere was very gloomy. A total of 7 evil demons have broken out of the seal in 4 true Dominion. Although troops have been deployed to suppress them, the demon disaster has already reached a certain scale. What do you think? Now that the demon disaster has broken out, We have to suppress the evil demons first. How do we suppress them? Du Chungwu glanced at the other party, who was at a loss for words. Suppress? How? Although the fallen moon mana was not weak, there were not many top-notch experts who could fight against the evil demons. The demon disaster this time was very serious, so it would not be easy to suppress it in one fell swoop. After a moment of silence, one of them cupped his hands and said, "Marquis, we have to leave some of our forces to restrain the imperial court. Although it is difficult to fight against the evil demons, the fallen moon mana is not our only force." "What do you mean?" "The cultivation world and the mutants." Upon hearing that, Du Chungwu's expression softened as he said, "Tell us your thoughts." "Yes." Upon hearing that, a smile appeared on that person's face. He cupped his hands and said, "The demon disaster is not our problem alone. The cultivators of the cultivation world do not wish to see the demon disaster spread. In that case, we might as well join forces with the sects of the cultivation world to deal with the demon disaster together. At such a critical juncture, the possibility of them rejecting us is not high. As for the mutants," at this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. "The most troublesome thing about the evil demons, other than their strength, is that they have the means to turn the demon disaster into a demon disaster. However, the mutants are immortal. No matter how the evil demons kill them, they will not be able to turn them into a demon disaster. Although the evil demons were released by the mutants, there are many mutants at the moment. They are internally chaotic and not united. As long as we issue some missions and reward them, it will not be a problem to drive the mutants to deal with the evil demons. As long as the mutants are immortal, the speed of the demon disaster's spread will be suppressed. Then, it will be much easier to exterminate the evil demons." That person finished speaking. Then, he sat back down. As for the hall, it was much quieter now. Upon hearing that, Du Chungwu nodded and said, "That is the only way. They could make use of the cultivation world and the mutants to deal with the evil demons. Given the current situation of the Fallen Moon Prefecture, this method was the safest. Or else, if the demon disaster was allowed to continue, the power in his hands would be greatly damaged. By then, even if the demon disaster was exterminated, it would be difficult for him to contend against the imperial court." Then, someone said, "The demon disaster is a problem, but so are the other evil demons sealed in the true dominion. Why don't we follow Marquis Bayun's example and take the lead to kill all the evil demons? This way, there will be no possibility of the demon disaster erupting in the future." "What's the point of killing the evil demons?" someone else retorted. That person shook his head and said, "Killing the evil demons is difficult and easy at the same time. Don't forget how the Bayun Prefecture killed the evil demons. If Marquis Bayun can ask Qin Shujian to kill the evil demons, we can do the same. We will discuss this in the future." Du Chungwu interrupted him directly. Now, the most important thing is to quell the demon disaster. He wanted to ask Qin Shujian to kill the evil demons of the true dominion. This thought, he had thought of it before. After all, an expert who had condensed 4 universal skylocks was almost invincible in the true dominion. Unless an almighty or a fiend celestial intervened, no one else would be a match for him. The evil demons were strong. However, they had not reached the level of a fiend celestial. In that case, they would naturally not be a match for Qin Shujian. However, in Du Chungwu's opinion, he had to ask the Bayun Prefecture for help to deal with the Fallen Moon Prefecture's problem. If this news spread, he would lose face. Wasn't this clearly telling everyone in the world? The Fallen Moon Prefecture was incompetent. They could not even solve the demon disaster and had to ask someone else for help. To Du Chungwu, he would not do this unless he had no other choice. Besides, the Fallen Moon Prefecture was not entirely under his control. He had half of it. The Imperial Court also had half of it. If the Imperial Court stepped in to deal with the evil demons, it would be a different story. Chapter 407. Following the Imperial Court's order, many experts left the Central State Prefecture and rushed to various places to kill the demons. The players also received a large-scale mission to fight against the demon disaster. Kill the demons. Looking at the mission in the system, Cao Hong's face showed some interest. After failing to sneak into Yuan's sect, he chose to join the imperial court. This was also something that he had no choice about. Cao Hong felt that joining other sects was not very safe after all. If the sect he was in offended Yuan's sect, there was a 95% chance that he would have to pack up and run away. Until now, he had recognized a fact. That was that he and the Liangshan stronghold master seemed to be born with conflicting fate. As long as he was close to the other party, nothing good would happen to him. Especially now that Qin Shujian was becoming more and more famous, his strength was also becoming more and more powerful. Cao Hong felt that his chances of revenge were slim, so he gradually calmed down and turned to improving his strength. As for the Qin Extermination Alliance he was in, there were also many people who had sneaked into Yuan's sect. But Cao Hong found that these members who had sneaked in seemed to have betrayed many of them. They had completely forgotten what had happened in the past. Then, they were bombarded by Yuan's sect's sugar-coated bullets and threw themselves into the arms of the enemy. To this, he had no other choice. After all, for the current players, there were not many opportunities to join the top sects. It was not that the players' qualifications were not good. It was that the other top sects had not opened their doors and recruited disciples. No matter how good their qualifications were, if they wanted to join, they had to open the door for them. In comparison, to be able to join Yuan's sect had become an honor. In the end, none of the players were on the same page. Most of them only cared about the benefits in front of them. To be able to get better from Yuan's sect. Who would be so free to destroy their own rice bowl? For this phenomenon, Cao Hong was already prepared. If the players are reliable, even a sow can climb a tree. He found that in the end, he still had to rely on himself. Fortunately, although he only held the position of a constable in a city, he was still part of the imperial court. With the imperial court as his backer, he was better off than ordinary people. So now the imperial court had issued a mission. Players like Cao Hong who had joined the imperial court were the first to receive the mission notice. Liu Qinghong said in a deep voice, "It seems that the demon disaster has really pushed the imperial court into a corner. Otherwise, they wouldn't have issued such a mission." The imperial court had always maintained its status. He rarely gave out quests to the players. For people like them who had sneaked into a city to serve as constables, the most they could do was to take on missions within the city, catch wanted criminals, or deal with some other matters. Strictly speaking, these missions were not issued by the imperial court. It could only be said to be some of the daily affairs of the local government. After completing these tasks, players could also obtain merit points that were similar to contribution points, which could be exchanged for martial arts techniques and other cultivation resources. Although he didn't have any teachers to guide him, it was still slightly inferior to the sect. However, when it came to resources, no sect could compare to the imperial court. As long as you have enough merit points, you can even exchange for top-notch martial arts. As for pills and whatnot, that was even less of a problem. Killing a demonic calamity gives me 1 merit point. This reward is really generous. Looking at the mission reward, Cao Hong clicked his tongue in wonder. 1 merit point for a devil calamity. There were at least hundreds of thousands of demonic disasters that could form on such a scale. If they were all killed by a single player, then he could obtain hundreds of thousands of merit points. Such a reward, it was extremely generous. Of course, it was almost impossible to kill all the demonic disasters with one person's strength. However, if used properly, hundreds or thousands of merit points could be obtained. That was also a good thing. After all, the imperial court's merit points were more precious. If we gather 10,000 merit points, we can exchange for the position of guard commander. There is hope for this mission. It's not easy to be the guard commander. Cao Hong shook his head and sighed. If they wanted to be promoted, other than being promoted by making meritorious contributions, they had to exchange for a position with their merit points. Of course, there was a limit to this exchange. However, this limit was still too far away for them. Liu Qinghong said, I remember that there is a powerful one-time array in the merit points exchange. If we exchange for it, we should be able to make a profit. It's hard to say. That array is not only targeting us. By the time we gather enough merit points, it might have already been exchanged for. Maybe we can contact the people in the Yuan sect. What do you mean? Cao Hong was startled. He seemed to understand the other party's idea. Liu Qinghong smiled and said, "Isn't the Liang Mountain Campmaster known as the Array Grandmaster? In the Beiyun Mansion, the Array Grandmaster is popular in the Yuan sect. According to the information revealed by the Yuan sect players, there are many arrays that can be exchanged for. We can use other things to exchange with them. Anyway, there is no demonic disaster in the Beiyun Mansion, so we don't need these things." To deal with the demonic disasters, using an array to attack a group was the most suitable. It wasn't as if no one had seen the video of Qin Shujian killing hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts with a single formation. Liu Qinghong did not expect to be able to obtain such an array. Even if he could get a simplified version of it, it would be worth hundreds or thousands of merit points. As for trading with the Yuan sect players, they would either use some treasures or money in the real world. To put it bluntly, it was equivalent to spending money to buy merit points. For them, even if they had money, they might not be able to buy merit points. Now that there was an opportunity to spend money to buy merit points, they naturally would not let it go. I'm just afraid that they will ask for a sky-high price. There is a limit to asking for a sky-high price. It shouldn't be too much. After all, there is more than one player in the Yuan sect. It shouldn't be a big problem, Liu Qinghong replied confidently. If one trade did not work, then they would change to another. There were tens of thousands of players in the Yuan sect. It would not be difficult to find one who was willing to trade. Hearing this, Cao Hong nodded and agreed with the other party's approach. Compared to using merit points to exchange for the array in the Imperial Court, the two of them were willing to pay other things and trade with other players. Because merit points were really hard to come by. The most important thing was to exchange for a position. There were many things that needed to be exchanged. In addition to merit points, one also needed a position to exchange for it. It was also because of this, hence, the importance of merit points skyrocketed. People like Cao Hong and Liu Qinghong were just a microcosm of the current players. The Imperial Court ruled the world. Its influence was like the sun in the sky. Even if the human emperor had passed away and there were rebellions everywhere, the Imperial Court still maintained its orthodox position. However, although the Imperial Court was powerful, it did not have deep dealings with the players. Perhaps it was because the Imperial Court looked down on the weak strength of the players, so the Imperial Court rarely issued any missions. Or rather, this mission to kill demons was the first time the Imperial Court issued a mission to other players. In order to be worthy of the Imperial Court's reputation, the reward for the mission was naturally very generous. Almost as soon as the mission was issued, a large number of players responded. For the players, it was not a problem to work for anyone. The problem was who could give them more benefits. Now in the Great Jiao, no one could compete with the Imperial Court in terms of financial resources. As for those players who created the demon disaster and wanted to fish in troubled waters, naturally, they would not respond to the Imperial Court's call. However, these people were only a minority. More players chose to accept the mission. In Beiyun Manor, after the Imperial Court issued the mission, many players complained. Looking at the players from other manors, their eyes were about to turn red. Why? Why don't the players from Beiyun Manor have any missions? Are they discriminating against Beiyun Manor? Damn, why don't they give me any missions? Aren't the players from Beiyun Manor human? I want to ask if it's too late to go to other manors now. The players were also unhappy that Beiyun Manor did not have any missions from the Imperial Court. However, it was too late to regret it now. As soon as the quests were issued, they were all accepted by the players within a day. The number of players was comparable to the human race in the Great Jiao. It was impossible for the Imperial Court to issue so many missions. That would be enough to empty the Imperial Court's treasury. Moreover, The demon disaster did not require so many players. Therefore, there was a limit to the number of people who could accept the mission. However, even if there was a limit, many players accepted the mission. Unlike Bayun Manor, there was no mission at all. To this, the players from Bayun Manor were both angry and helpless. It was their fault that Bayun Manor did not have a demon disaster. Not long ago, the master of Cold Mountain Stronghold had killed all of these demons with a single slash. At that time, they just watched the other party kill the demons with the attitude of watching a show. Only now did they realize, Qin Shujian was not only killing the demons, but also bleeding them. At the thought of this, the players from Bayun Manor felt even more tired. Without the demon disaster, there would be no missions. The demons in the ordinary realm and true domain were all killed by Yuan Zhong. As for the demons in the spiritual domain, the players could not get close to it. Therefore, even if some players wanted to create a demon disaster to get a mission, it was impossible. Many people were unhappy with Qin Shujian because of this. However, so what if they were unhappy? The current Cold Mountain Fort's Fort Master was no longer the same boss that could still fight against other players. The battle record of killing demon kings was there for all to see. An array could kill hundreds of thousands of demon beasts. Under such circumstances, no one dared to provoke him. If they died, that would be an even greater loss. Looking at Yuan Zhong, this place had always been relatively peaceful. After all, there was an array grandmaster in charge. As long as there was no war that involved the whole world, it would not affect this place. As for the demons in the Endless Mountain Range, they were restrained by the Heavenly Demon Temple and did not cause any commotion. However, there were some who did not believe in evil and tried to enter the immortal planes. However, there was no exception. All of them triggered the array there and were killed on the spot. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.